Like a starry night, you light up my sky. You lean in closer and my heart starts to pound. I heard you sigh, you know I love that sound. He's bouncing off my booty cheeks, I love the way he rides. I can hardly breathe when he's pumping deep inside. I kiss him on his neck and then he kisses on my pussy. Call him daddy while I holler, man, that boy's so damn good looking. We made love and then he kissed me, I don't want it to end. Every day we spend together, I fall more into him. That boy, he takes my breath away. I can't find the words to say, so I wrote this little note. Kiss it, seal it, so you know. I've got some time, if you've got some time too. You've been on my mind, baby, let me remind you while I lay you down. I can't get enough, I'm stuck in your love. That's fine with me, nowhere else I wanna be. He's bouncing off my booty cheeks, the way he rides. I can hardly breathe and he's pumping deep inside. I kiss him on his neck and then he kisses on my pussy. Daddy while he holler, and that boy's so damn good looking. My king, just a fling. You can be my king. This ain't just a fling. I'm all in. He's bouncing off my booty cheeks. I love the way he rides. I can hardly breathe when he's pumping deep inside. I kiss him on his neck and then he kisses on my pussy. Call him daddy while I holler, man, that boy's so damn good looking. You've got that kind of love I've only felt in my dreams. Baby, oh, you say me, you're my everything. Now take them off and let's get down to business, cause I ain't wasting no time. Just you wait and see. Just you wait and see. He wrote that song about me. I've still yet to respond. It's catchy though. I'd say it was Song of the Summer. Song of the Summer for 2 summers in a row. What is a bussy? Do you want the scientific answer? Or do you want one from a cowboy? How are you guys doing? I figured I'd put on a song, you know, celebrate Texas. Because that's what we're reading tonight. We are continuing the State Stories series. All you ever hear is things out of New York, California, but we can't forget about the Lone Star State. You had a girl singing that song beside you in class earlier. She was staring at me. Thanks for the betterment. You're welcome. I think she likes you. You doing some math homework? Uh-oh. It's short division. Did I go live Sunday? I did not, no. It was a compilation video on yesterday, so I totally spaced on the fact. I think I said during the previous stream that I'd be back Sunday, but I totally forgot about the compilation once a month to promote the podcast. I need to do like a podcast promotional at the beginning of those videos because they tend to do well in the longer term. You say ye, you say ha. You say ye, I say ha. He's bouncing on my booty cheeks. Won't be able to listen to the stream since it's a school night. I'll listen on Thursday. Love you. No worries, bassist. You have an amazing night.
You gotta get your sleepies. Remember this, if you don't get sleep, your mind gets depressed. The best way to fight depression is a nice little sleep session. South Texas, represent. Can't get more southern than us. That's a true. Geographically, you just can't. It's your birthday, Snickerdoodle. Happy birthday to you. I'm sleepy, but I try and remain conscious. How is it, Joel? I'm doing good, though. You missed me. I missed you guys. I know sometimes it's just too long to be away. When I lived in Austin, the open carry law was put into effect, and a guy stood behind me at the Heb really close. When I turned around to see why he was all up in my space, he had a gun on his hip. Well, I'm sure he didn't mean nothing by it, Missy. He just exercising his constitutional. Yeah, I'm surprised Austin has open carry. I figured they would be weird about it, unless it's like a statewide thing. I guess at the end of the day, the open carry kind of puts that tension on everyone, though. That's the only bad part. Concealed carry, at least, you're strapped, but honestly, I feel like, I wouldn't even mind if everyone just had like some big 6-shooters on their hip at all time. I feel like that would ward off all the baddies before the baddies strike, instead of like the baddies striking and then the guy with the gun has to appear to defend. Do the southern accent. Southern. Oh gosh. Which southern accent are we gonna do? You got more Mexicans here than cowboy accents. Or Mexicans with cowboy accents. Drinking a little Modelo. No harm, no foul. Do more deep sea stories. Yeah, those were cool. People weren't as big a fan of them as, unfortunately. That video didn't do quite as well as I was hoping, but hey, it'll pick up some speed. David with the 5 says, hi Joel, my home state, Texas, Rio Grande Valley. Hell yeah, dude. Rio Grande. Is this Najubas? Yeah, I do believe so. Reflection Eternal. Have ever been to Texas? I don't think I have, honestly. I wouldn't mind going. Checking some stuff out. We should all have lightsabers legally required. $1,000 fine if you lose it. Because then we gotta get the crystals to make a new one for you. You love the deep sea stories? That's good. Yeah, I think they were unique, you know? They were kind of like a unique, fun experience. Oh, they terrified you? I guess I'm doing my job. There's so much Rio Grande Valley here tonight. What a small world. 956, baby. My voice makes you happy. Thank you, thank you. I was curious what was inside that hatch. They could have been the video could have been longer, but yeah, unfortunately, there's transcribed stories from 4chan where some of them were some creepypastas. We couldn't use them. How many stories do we have tonight? Yeah, we're just starting. We got 4 tonight from Tejas. How was my weekend? It was a good weekend. I feel like it kind of flew by, honestly. Freaking blazed right by. I don't even know. I have no sense of time anymore. No concept of it. I was starting to try to get in communication with some animators. Just a few of them. I don't know. I just really want to like get start a whole channel. Like, basically, I want to get some sort of production process going that just feels more satisfying. You know what I mean? Yeah, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Hopefully, we get the real deal tonight. Gonna do your hair tonight? Nice. Get it did. It's the first time watching my channel. Well, yeah, for anybody who's new, the stream's starting here soon. We just kind of let people roll in, get comfortable, get their popcorn. I record stories on the streams, so there will be a lot of starting and stopping because I got to get it right a lot of the times. And but basically, once those are recorded, every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I release a new scary story narration video. And these just so happen to be based on the topic of Texas, the biggest state. Or no, I guess Alaska is probably the biggest state, huh? That time thing is from age. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I've kind of found myself in this weird rhythm in my life where, I don't know, every day is like not very significant compared to the next one. And a little bit repetitious, which is fine, because I kind of find that I like that repetition. Because sometimes if I ever go on vacation, it's like I just want to get back home for some reason. I don't know. What state am I? Oh, I'm from Pennsylvania. The 53rd state in the Union. Utah has been pretty hot. Yeah, it seems like Florida's about to get hit with a hurricane as well. I've got some friends down there. I feel kind of bad for them because even though they're not like getting hit by it directly, the storm surge, I guess, is getting up to like 6 to 9 feet, like basically creating a high tide that goes up way higher than it normally does. Do I get paid by the animators who use my narration? No. I'm getting paid in promo, baby. Which is probably the worst thing. I don't know. I just don't even bother with them anymore. What did I do on my weekend? Oh, fuck. I don't even remember. That's what I'm saying. Like, I get to that way where it's like every day's the same. All I know is I helped my mom with something today. I went to the gym. I had a good day at the gym, though. Like, I feel like my strength numbers are continuing to move up, and that just feels awesome. I don't even know. Does it bother me? I mean, I asked them if they do use it. If anybody does decide to use it, just to, credit me on screen, saying, like, narrated by Let's Read, and credit me in the description so people can find my channel. And there has been people who have found my channel through those. What's my opinion on Jiba? Like Vajiba? Who's Jiba? Let's look him up and let's give a hot take. Looks like an anime person from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I have no opinion because I only watched one episode, I think. And it's a fun little show. I just sometimes anime dialogue, like when animes try to be funny, like they can be funny. Like I thought Ghost Story was really funny, and the clips from that. But sometimes like that excessive melodramatic enunciation of everything, like I'm just like, Jesus Christ, what are you, Snagglepuss? Chill the fuck out. We planking tonight? I don't even know, dude. Can I even handle it? We did three and a half minutes last time, and my guts wanted to die. David, thank you for the 2. JoJo is so good. Maybe I just need to watch more. Just chill with somebody and watch some JoJo. Give that like button a slap and a tickle. Are you one of the people that leaked Starfield gameplay? I did. I went to the... Well, I feel like... Is there really a leak of it at this point? Wall squats. I guess I could do a wall squat. It'd be kind of like far away from everybody. We could think of a different exercise we could try. It'd be fun. Horror Girl 68. Welcome back. For 4 months. Says North Carolina here. Just wanted to say the latest members only release. Strings was awesome. Thank you. Sam Writing's work is creepy. Yeah, he's a fantastic writer. And we've put out a lot of he's pretty much helped me a lot with the members only stuff, and he's helped me in this one too with the with true crime related research, and that has just been baller because, you know, I can't always find really good stories within a particular topic, so sometimes the true crime sort of fills in, but obviously it's good to get other stuff in there as well. And then, yeah, if you guys, anybody with a green name, there is new bonus content out right now. Strings. It's called Strings. And it's a pretty good one. It's like a cursed creepypasta style. I had a good time reading it. We put some strong production value into it, and hope you like it. Also, the thumbnail is really cool. Have you listened to Mr. Ballin and the way he tells you to torture that like button? Yeah, I like it. It's a nice little unique touch. Burpees. Oh, God. Cardio. Guy stole a bunch of copies and posted gameplay with on his camera. Got arrested for a felony. That's so funny. Imagine that. He's going to be beheaded at the public square here soon. A twerk squat, yeah. I gotta drop it like a... Drop down and get my eagle on. What microphone to use? Everything sounds so smooth. Yes, this one that you're hearing me right now is the Neumann. Neumann TLM 103. And then the one you hear in the videos is, and they're both stacked on top of each other right now. I'll be recording into tonight that you hear in videos is the H4N Pro. Hey Nicole, happy birthday to you. Welcome, welcome. How's your birthday going? What's my favorite genre of music? What's your favorite album? Thoughts on classic rock? I like classic rock a lot. There's, you know, back in the classic rock era, some of my favorite bands were like the Moody Blues and that band Yes. Just because I really like that, like, I don't know what you call it, like orchestral rock, where there was just like so many components to the music. Am I an American? I am. Can you believe it? Did it make me sad when Corpse Husband stopped American Nourishing? You lost a community member. You know, it is what it is. You know what I mean? Like, I think he's much happier now, obviously, because he gets to, you know, do his passion, which seems to be music, and that is fucking awesome. I'm happy for him. You know, a lot of people use like, I mean, even like I guess you could say we lost a member of the community with, you know, Mudahar from Some Ordinary Gamers. I think back in the day he used to narrate scary stories and creepypastas on his channel as well, before he kind of evolved into a commentary style channel. Oxy, hello, what's up? What's up? How did I start doing all of this? Yeah, you can go back to my oldest video on YouTube. I just started reading Wikipedia pages, and then I found creepypastas, and that evolved into true scary stories, and here we is, baby. True crime, all that good stuff. You just kind of have to find a market and dip your feet in it and see what happens. Hey, Babes Mariba, thank you for the gifted membership to Shell. Or is it Chili? Chilio. When does our names turn to blue? Blue is like moderators, like people who can mute people whenever they're naughty and stuff. Alright, friends. Let's get spooky. Narrate your biopic. Have I met a corpse husband in real life? Yeah, we used to do parkour together and paint our nails black when we would have sleepovers. No, I'm just kidding. No, I've never met him. He seems like a nice chap, though. Yeah, Joel stands for G's. Oh, la la la. Here we go. Way back in the fall of 1981, I applied to join the Texas Department of Public Safety with a view to becoming a highway patrol officer. I was accepted, and after all recruit school in Austin, I got my first duty station. I was accepted, and after all recruit school in Austin, I got my first duty station up in Archer County. For the first couple of years, it was everything I ever really dreamed of. I had 2 jobs, work on my bike and chase bad guys, and nothing else was worth it. Wait, what? I had 2 jobs, work on my bike and chase bad guys, and nothing else was worth any spit. In 1987, I got... Jesus Christ. As soon as I start going, Pradeep's ripping the shit out of the couch. I swear he hears my voice go to like spooky mode, and then he's like, hey, can I fuck this up? Ooh, my tra-la-la. In 1987, I got promoted to corporal, which came with a little more responsibility and a little extra pay, but I was still doing the same old thing of working on my bike and chasing bad guys, as I said. But then, in 1990, I got promoted to highway patrol sergeant. I thought I wanted the progression. It meant pay and benefits and prestige. But what I wanted was the freedom to carry on doing things my way, and being stuck behind a desk half the time wasn't my way at all. I guess it was around that time that I met my first Texas Ranger, but by happenstance, it wasn't in a professional capacity. I was sitting in a barbershop up in Wichita Falls, minding my own business, getting my hair cut, when in walks this older gentleman who looked like he just stepped off the set of a John Ford movie. I recognized his belt right away and how it marked him out as a ranger, so I struck up a conversation with him and asked him about his work. He went on to describe my own personal paradise. He worked his way up to captain by that time, so he wasn't exactly some head charger anymore, but back in his day, he had almost complete operational freedom. Fuck, dude, I keep reading these like not the way that they're intended. Jesus fuck. He'd worked his way up to captain by that time, so he wasn't exactly some head charger anymore, but back in his day, he had almost complete operational freedom. You gotta work your way up to being a ranger. They don't hand that kind of freedom to just anyone. But once you got it, your major would say to you, here's the job, go get it done. And everything else was up to you. I wanted that kind of freedom more than anything, and from what I could tell, joining the Rangers meant keeping it until I was too old and worn out to do my job anymore. So, I applied for them. I was tested in the winter of '91, accepted in early '92, and then moved down to Temple when I was assigned to Company F. I worked on a couple of cases with a partner for a while, kind of like a probationary period where you learn from more experienced. It's always weird when I start, like I get so fucking hot out of nowhere. These stories are hot tonight, bitch. Okay. Texas really is a scary place, is it? I guess it depends on where you're at, huh? It's just hot as fuck. I worked on a couple of cases with a partner for a while, kind of like a probationary period where you learn from a more experienced ranger. But after I was signed off, I was on my own. As long as I kept things legal, I was free to investigate however I saw fit. The only thing that mattered was getting the job done. But as the saying goes, that amount of freedom came with a great deal of responsibility too. Responsibility in the form of some very unsettling cases, and this is the worst of them. Just before Christmas of '92, a 15-year-old girl named Katie Andrew disappeared from here. I'm turning the light off. I hate that fucking light. Just before Christmas of '92, a 15-year-old girl named Katie Andrew disappeared from her home in Houston. A couple of weeks go by and Houston PD can't find hide nor hair of her, so while she remained listed on the missing person register as alive, local PD didn't have the highest hopes of bringing her home. Man, I'm already fucking annoyed with this shit. So while she remained listed on the missing persons register as alive, local PD didn't have the highest hopes of bringing her home. Right about the time they started scaling back the search, I'm assigned to a motel room homicide over in College Station. The victim was a student of Texas A&M, found lying in the bathtub with her forearm sliced from wrist to elbow. Local PD thought that she had taken her own life at first, right up until they saw the ligature marks around the victim's neck. It was a homicide, but staged to look like they'd taken their own life, and at first I didn't understand why I was being asked to do something that local. And at first, I didn't understand why I was being asked to something that local. I didn't understand why I was being asked to something that local was more than Oh, Jesus fuck. 7-leaf clover with the 2 says back from camping today, nothing creepy happened. Damn, unlucky. I need more content. Deshaun Watson, let's not meet again, Texan. Yeah, is he still playing? Let's see. Deshaun Watson and Elijah Moore are both absent from Browns practice with illnesses. Oh, that's right. Yeah, he got like a huge deal to play with the Browns. It was kind of fucking nuts. You're in College Station, and it's a live story where I'm at. Oh shit. Maybe you recognize it. It seems like it happened back in the 80s or so, I forget, or 90s. It was a homicide, but staged to look like they'd taken their own life, and at first, I didn't see why I was being asked to something that... See why I was being asked to something. What is that even? Is that like a phrase? Asked to something. Maybe they meant assigned to something? I don't fucking know. Hey, Emily Jane with a 20 says, I'm a female working totally alone in the building at night every night, and your live streams always make me feel less alone. Thank you for always making me feel like I'm with a friend. You're welcome, Emily. Thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, funny enough, like I noticed, like if I remember like scared, for some reason if I put like headphones on with something that's enjoyable, it like sort of takes the fear away. I don't quite know why that is, but it's interesting. It sort of like gets rid of that internal sensation of quiet that surrounds us, but thank you so much, Emily, for the kind 20. It was a homicide, but staged to look like they'd taken their own life, and at first, I didn't understand why I was being assigned to something that local was more than capable of. And that's when I was shown a piece of security camera footage taken from the motel on the night of the murder. It showed the suspect walking in and out of the room on multiple different occasions, but just once, It showed the suspect walking in and out. You gotta that's the most annoying thing, is sometimes you want words to flow, but then it doesn't sound right. It showed the suspect walking in and out of the room on multiple different occasions, but just once, he'd escorted what looked like a teenage girl from his car to the room and back again. A 15-year-old girl that looked a hell of a lot like the missing Katie Andrew. The way it was explained to me, this psycho was dragging her along on some godforsaken criminal rampage, and it was only a matter of time before he killed her too. And it was my job to stop that from happening. We had a potential suspect almost right away. He was said to be a member of some fringe church over in Kent County, some real strange folk over in Kent back in those days, and Jonathan himself had several run-ins with the law. But what made him my prime suspect was the fact that he'd been previously arrested for trespassing and harassment of another 15-year-old girl. But what made him my prime suspect was the fact that he'd been previously arrested for trespassing and harassment of another 15-year-old girl. It was her parents who'd filed the complaint, and the report... Man, fuck, I cannot fucking find a rhythm. It was her parents who'd filed the complaint, and the report was strange from the start to... It was her parents who'd filed the complaint, and the report was strange from start to finish. But what caught my eye is that our suspect, in the midst of just walking onto someone's property uninvited, had asked the girl, "Is your name Katie?" He'd been looking for her, long before he'd ever found her. But what made Katie Andrews so special? What was the connection between them? I figured if I'd worked that out, the whole case would just unravel in front of me, but just as I was getting to work interviewing people, trying to get some answers, our suspect dropped a second body. Blah, blah, fuck, dude. I don't know why, the phraseology is just fucking me up in the head for some reason. It's like double negative, triple negative, quadruple negative. Words that start in the beginning, start at the end, start at the here. It's not a big deal. I just can't fucking keep up. I figured if I'd worked that out, the whole case would just unravel in front of me, but just as I was getting to work interviewing people and trying to get some answers, our suspect dropped a second body. At the motel over in Harker Heights, about only 20 miles or so from where I lay my head at night, a maid walked into a room to clean up and found herself standing in the middle of a nightmare. A 17-year-old high school girl had been crucified on an upturned bed frame, and our killer had carved her up, piece by piece. It looked like death by 1,000 cuts, like he'd tried to open up every blood vessel in her body one at a time. Now I know what you're thinking. If they bled this girl out, how come the blood wasn't leaking under the motel room door? Well, that's just the thing. There wasn't hardly a spot of blood on the floor of that motel room. I figured the killer put on some kind of plastic sheeting. Lego Zach Boy with the 10 says, "What's up? How is everyone?" Doing good, Zach Boy. How are you? Thank you for the 10. I figured the killer put some kind of plastic sheeting down to try and keep the crime scene clean, but now I'm not so sure. I helped Harker Heights PD search the crime scene from top to bottom, and it was there that we found an earring belonging to Katie Andrew. It was tucked into... Oh, shit! Ree with the big 30 twerkable buckaroony says, will this help you find your rhythm? It certainly does. It helps me find my arse. Thank you so much, Ree. Get it, we're gonna shake out the riddles. Shake them out. Ugh. Anyone playing Baldur's Gate? You know, I was a little bit, but I feel like I'm like losing motivation. I don't quite know why. But thank you again, Ree. And thank you, LM with the 5 says, an infamous Texas true crime cases. John Allen Rubio is probably one of the most brutal cases in that it happened in the Rio Grande Valley. Oh, okay. Interesting. You're working out and you felt explosive diarrhea hitting you. Nice. Sometimes it'd be that way. Doing little squats, and you end up doing the squirts. It was tucked into a pillowcase, meaning that there was very little chance it just fell off and into that pillowcase while she was sleeping. We figured she put it there to let us know that she was still alive and had been at the motel. But again, I'm not so sure about that anymore. We figured that they were headed west, so I drove out towards Lubbock to link up with a couple of boys from Company C. Let me make sure I said that right. Lubbock. 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 Anybody from Tech? Oh, there it is. Lubbock. Okay, cool. Could you maybe tell scary Texas stories in a video instead of a live? I certainly can. Once these are edited, they will go up in a video tomorrow. You see, the way it works is during the lives, I record the stories, and every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, the video comes out, edited, sounding nice and pristine. Joel is basically living the perfect guy life. I am. It's impossible to bring me down at this point. Anthony with the 2 says, I got a new puppy, St. Bernard. Yeah, that was a cute-ass puppy. I saw that thing. What's its name again? Who's that Pokemon? It's Lubbock. John Lubbock. That'd be funny if John Lovitz was a Pokemon. We figured that they were headed west, so I drove out towards Lubbock to link up with a couple of boys from Company C. We hoped that we might be able to cut our suspect off before he committed a third murder, so we canvassed every motel we could with photographs of Katie Andrew and our suspected killer. We figured it was only a matter of time before we got a call from one of our motel owners, but when the call finally came, it was to give us the news that a third body had been found. Only this one bucked the trends in a serious way. Instead of a young woman, the victim was a grown man, and instead of being attacked in a motel room, the victim was murdered in their own home. But again, unlike other murders, which appeared to have some kind of method to their madness, this third one was a complete shit show. I don't know if I can say shit show. You can be my king. This ain't just a fling. Wait, okay. Shit show. Synonym. Messy situation. Hey, Anthony, thank you for the 2 says Espen. Oh, that's cute. Am I saying that right? Espen? Espen. St. Bernard. I mean, that dog's gonna be big. was a complete, messy situation. Catastrophe, horror. Yeah, horror scene. Poop parade. Yeah. But again, unlike the other murders, which appeared to have some kind of method to their madness, this third one was just a complete horror show. The victim was lying on his kitchen floor. There were no wounds to his limbs or torso, but his face was barely recognizable. Someone had bitten him. Real deep bites, too, all over his face. When people use their teeth during a violent struggle, it usually results in a chunk of flesh being torn from whatever they were biting. It's an instinctive thing from man's dark past inhabiting... Jesus Christ, we're getting a fucking history lesson here. This guy used to be a caveman. It's an instinctive thing from man's dark past inhabiting caves and the like, and a person bite... What is this sentence? It's an instinctive thing from man's dark past inhabiting caves and the like, and the like, and the like. What the fuck is that? A person bites down on their aggressor. Sarah with the 2 says, master dating is the art of dating yourself. Winning. Hell yeah, dude. Take yourself out. Give yourself a roofie. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that. It's an instinctive thing from man's dark past. A person bites down on their aggressor, or in this case, their victim, and then in the course of the struggle, the bitten flesh is removed. Think of it like a bear trap. Once that piece of flesh is in its grip, it's too late to do anything about it, and struggling only aids the cause of the biter. But in this case, there hadn't been any flesh ripped away from the guy's face, no chunks of skin missing from the guy's cheeks or chin or jowls. There was only bite marks, some intersecting and overlapping, but there had to be 100 of them. The guy's face was completely and utterly mutilated. As you can imagine, the change in technique had me very bothered. The idea that our suspect was forcing Katie Andrew to watch all these hideous crimes, possibly as some kind of psychological torture that said, this is what's going to happen to you. Anthony with the 5 says, I know you do not have your phone on you while you're doing streams, but I sent you more pictures. Oh, the puppy. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. You guys spamming the emoji thing? Yeah, I don't know what the heck that is. It's like such a weird thing. I guess like if something funny said, everybody can like, ha 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 ha. Or something big happens, they can do the 100 or the party. Hey, Carly, welcome back. 20 whole months with Daddy Joel and my Buttersuck Cult family. Couldn't ask for anything better. Thank you, Carly. Appreciate you. What's the story about? I believe this is like the perspective of a law enforcement agent pertaining to a true crime case, I guess. And this is their third victim, but I guess the victim had its face chewed on. The idea that our suspect was forcing Katie Andrew to watch all these hideous crimes, possibly as some kind of psychological torture that said, this is what's going to happen to you. I'll admit, I lost some sleep over that. But when the autopsy report came back and we read the county coroner's findings, everything changed. According to the report, the bite pattern of the victim's face were slightly too small to have been made by a grown man. Instead, the coroner suggested that the bite pattern belonged to a much younger person, someone who hadn't finished fully developing yet. I didn't want to believe it. I don't think anyone wanted to believe it. But the evidence was right there before our eyes. Either our suspect had tried to throw us off by switching up his MO to... Either our suspect had tried to throw us off by switching up his MO and using a pair of dentures, or our abduction victim wasn't nearly as much of a victim as we thought she was. By that point, I'd thrown all preconceived notions I've been carrying out the window. The idea that Katie had been a runaway was dismissed fairly. The idea that Katie had been a runaway was dismissed very. Keep wanting to say very. The idea that Katie had been a runaway was dismissed fairly early on in the investigation. She was an average student, a quiet kid, and kind of easily led, according to her parents, and considering the suspect had a history of harassing girls named Katie, I figured it was a straight-up abduction, and that little Katie was simply too scared to try and escape. Lord knows, if one of the first things she saw was her abductor strangling another girl to death, it made sense that she'd been terrified into compliance. But if those really were Katie's bite marks all over our third victim's face, then maybe he'd gone and flipped some kind of switch in her. If that was the case and she suddenly stopped wanting to be found, then my job just got a whole lot harder. Assuming he might not want to be seen anymore, we stopped circulating pictures of Katie and we focused on photographs and photo fits of our suspect, and that of the vehicle we suspected him to be driving. With the help of local sheriff, fun thing about Lubbock, they play country music super loud in their United grocery stores. Nice, dude. Hopefully they play Good Lookin', one of my favorite country songs of the summer. I'm in the house alone in the dark as a hurricane makes its way to me. The stories definitely add to the mood and also distract me from anxiety, as this is my first ever hurricane I'll be in. Dang, where you at? With the help of local sheriff and police departments, we flooded the area between Killeen and Odessa with as much information as we could, and told everyone and their dog to keep an eye out for our suspect, or more specifically, his vehicle. And it paid off, and on February 27th of 1993, I got the call that closed the case. I get a message on my beeper from a deputy over at the Sterling County Sheriff's Office asking me to call him back, and when I do, he tells me a concerned citizen had called in a tip regarding the Katie Andrews case. The citizen claimed to have seen a truck driving onto a small construction site just off the 87. He thought it was strange, since the place was always deserted on weekends, but when he got a little closer and recognized the truck, he called the sheriff's office as soon as he was able. He also added that the driver looked like he was driving around back. Looked like he was driving around. Oh, okay. You can be my king. No, this ain't just a fling. He also added that the driver looked like he was driving around the back of the half-constructed home, almost like he was trying to hide it from the view of the passerby. Wait, fuck. He also added that the driver looked like he was driving around the back of the half-constructed home, almost like he was trying to hide it from the view of passers-by. Oh my god. He also added that the driver looked like he was driving around the back of the half-constructed home, almost like he was trying to hide it from the view of passers-by. That was all the information I needed to hear, and as soon as the sheriff over there had granted me the company of a few of his deputies, I drove over to Sterling City, and we rolled out together around sundown. It's moments like that that made me want to join law enforcement in the first place. We were all on four wheels, but it felt like we were riding out there like some old posse. Oh, I see. We were all on four wheels, but it felt more like we were riding out there like some old posse led by Jack Hayes or Bill McDonald. Sure, the whole thing might turn out to be a damp squib, but by God, it felt good to be on the move, armed for bear, and all with the same purpose of rescuing an innocent little girl. But it wasn't a dud, and we found our man when we stormed that half-built house. It just wasn't in the condition I thought I'd find him. Never in a He or it? What? He, right? But it wasn't a dud, and we found our man when we stormed that half-built house. He just wasn't in the condition I thought I'd find him. Never in a million years. We wanted to keep the elements of surprise as best we could, so instead of rolling up on that place with our lights and sirens blaring, we took the exit before the house, parked on this little dirt road, then stalked our way across the brush with only a crescent moon to light our way. We had a deputy with a 12-gauge and beanbag rounds go in first, not wanting any collateral damage if our perp proved to be armed, but as we listened out for any signs of activity, we didn't hear anything at all. So quietly as we could, we stacked up at what served as an entrance, covered by a plastic sheet, then flicked on our flashlights and stormed the interior. The place was just a skeleton on the inside, with only one or two pieces of paneling closing off one of the rooms. We could see signs of life before we walked through the open doorway. Discarded wrappers, empty soda cans, that kind of thing, but we couldn't see what was going on in there until we actually were in the room, or what was intended to be a room anyway. The deputy with the beanbag shotgun went in first, and he kind of pulled back from the sight of something before letting out this sheriff's department show me your hands. His heart was nowhere near in it, and I'm surprised he could even get the words out to begin with, because when I saw it, I'll be honest, it took my breath away. Hanging by the neck from one of the beams above our heads was our suspect. He didn't look like he'd been dead too long. He was in a hell of a state, but he still looked fresh. It always gets me in movies when someone walks in on a hanged person and they look pretty as a picture, because in real life, it's just about the ugliest thing you'd ever want to see. But right at his ankle, holding on and looking like she was crying, was what looked to be a teenage girl. I suddenly understood why our man was so reluctant to shoot, but he crept forward, saying something softly like, "It's gonna be okay, we're the cops. You gotta come with us now." She didn't want to leave him at first. She just kept on clinging to our dead perp's ankle, sobbing like he wouldn't believe. We actually started to relax a little. I know that sounds crazy looking back on it, but our suspect was dead and we had her hostage. Only thing to do was to get her out of here. Get her out of rare. Only thing to do was to get her out of there as quickly as possible and end her ordeal once and for all, so that's what we did. We backed up out of the room, assuming our point man was about to lead little Katie out of the half-built room, and then, in the sort of flash, it was happening. The point man screamed. Katie rushed forward. He fell back. She fell on top of him, and in a flurry of flashing light beams, we all saw the knife swinging wildly for the deputy's throat. There was nothing else to be done. Katie was an imminent threat to that deputy's life, and as much as I saw fit to lunge forward in the hopes of tearing her off of him, one of the other deputies acted exactly as his training told him, and he pulled the trigger. Sadly, Katie didn't make it to the hospital alive, and the deputy was in critical condition for almost 3 days afterward due to the amount of blood he'd lost. We did everything we could for both of them, and the deputy who shot ended up not coming back after his extended leave had run out. It was a nightmare situation, but it was take one life or risk losing more, and in those decisions, there ain't no time for that. I was the one who had to deliver the news to her parents, and let me tell you, that was just about the hardest thing I'd ever had to do. Telling them was one thing, but then telling them how it happened, that was another thing entirely. You'd be amazed at how well Mr. and Mrs. Andrews handling You'd be amazed at how well Mr. and Mrs. Andrews handled receiving the news. Some of the bravest folks I'd ever come across now that I really think about it. I think they'd long accepted that it was just a matter of time before they got the news that every parent prays they'd never hear. In the interest of giving them as much closure as possible, I told them everything I'd learned in the course of the investigation. I've been giving them regular updates on whatever progress I've been making, but after we got the news about the bite pattern, I stopped being so liberal with what I was telling them directly. The same applied to the press around that time, too. We didn't want to feed them too much information on account of news reports spooking our perp. They were both headed west in a very steady pattern, like they were headed to somewhere, so naturally, we didn't want to do anything to change that and mess up our chance of tracking them. I did make sure to tell Katie's parents about the bite marks, mainly as a way of trying to explain why Katie might have become violent with the officer. She might have been completely traumatized, brainwashed, you name it. Stranger things have happened with abduction or kidnap victims. But the one thing I didn't tell them was that we found a note in that half-constructed house, written by our dead suspect. We first thought that he had hung himself because he didn't want to go to prison, figured that he had heard that Turtles are wonderful. Hell yeah, dude, turtles are pretty cool. Remember that one video where the turtle swims up to the other turtle and starts takes its little hands and starts smacking the turtle's face back and forth with its hands? Classic tape. We first thought that he hung himself because he didn't want to go to prison. Figured that he heard what they do to chomos over in Huntsville, but his note said otherwise. I looked at that note many times over the years, so many times that I can almost write it out from memory, and it said, "Get to Musclero. Find Palmer. He can help." Musclero. Make sure I'm saying that right. Welcome to Musclero. Oh, Mescalero. That is a mating dance of said turtle? Oh, okay, interesting. Hawk, what's up, dude? Get to Mescalero. Find Palmer. He can help. Otherwise, take your own life. If you don't, it'll keep happening and it won't ever stop. I'm sorry, Katie. I don't know what any of that meant at the time, and to be honest, I still don't. But as for telling Katie's parents about it, they had enough unanswered questions to live with that I didn't want to saddle them with another one. Before I left, I promised them that I'd find out why Katie was taken and where she was being taken to. It was a promise that I couldn't keep. When I finally managed to crawl into bed in the early morning hours of that Sunday, I had a whole plan laid out in my head. I was going to find where this kid was getting his cash from, because an unemployed man, having just shy of $1,000 in cash on him at the time of his death, that raised a lot of questions. Then, I was going to find out who Palmer was by talking to some boys over in New Mexico, because Lord knows if they and our perp had partnered up once, they might have done it God knows how many times before. To me, the case was still very much an open one, and as I closed my eyes that morning, I saw myself working on it for years and years. But when I woke up a few hours later, fixed myself some coffee, and flicked on the TV news, I knew that Katie Andrews' case was going to be on the back burner for quite some time. On TV, armed men with ATF on their back on the What is this? On the TV, armed men with ATF on their back on their flak jackets were... armed men with ATF on them. On the TV, armed men with ATF on their flak jackets were climbing ladders onto the roof of some house. It looked like it could have been almost any house in central Texas. The kind of place that you might call home, and then my jaw drops as this ATF agent, trying to pull down some black curtain from a window, starts taking incredibly heavy fire from inside the house. Bullets are ripping up the wall next to him. Then a bullet rips up through the roof just behind him, where someone else inside the home beneath him is trying to shoot him through the roof. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And then suddenly some kind of caption appeared at the bottom of the screen with one word in particular catching my eye. Waco. That Sunday was the beginning of the standoff between local and federal law enforcement and the Branch Davidians, led by the now infamous David Koresh. What happened to Katie Andrews? Andrew? Katie Andrew or Andrews? Fuck, I hate when they mess that up, dude. It confuses the shit out of me.
Mischievous dog.
Maybe death, I don't know. Oh, fuck.
Mischievous dog.
True crime. Fuck. What was this dude's name?
Mischievous dog.
Hey, Terry King, thank you for the 5 gifters. To Fry, Chrissy Meowry, Britt, Bia R, and the Black Parade. Thank you, guys. Be sure to thank Terry for the big gifter. Thank you, thank you. I'm confused. What the fuck are they, like, was it Katie I assume it's Katie Andrew, right? Oh, dude, throughout the whole fucking thing... Whatever. Dude, throughout the whole fucking thing... Man, that makes me so mad. Throughout the whole fucking thing, it was just Andrew. They didn't have the fucking S at the end of the name. God fucking damn it. That's so fucking annoying. What happened to Katie Andrews should have been a huge story in its own right, but it was completely overshadowed by what happened the very next morning. Maybe if it had been one and done... Maybe if it had been a one and done type of thing, then I'd have got the help that I needed to investigate all those loose ends. But that siege went on for months, and the whole time, any kind of police work above murders and highway patrol came to a complete standstill. Everyone tried to help out, including many of the Company F Rangers I served with. No one is proud of how it ended, but I'm even more ashamed of the account that I left unsettled with Mr. and Mrs. Andrews. I never was able to get to the bottom of why their daughter had to die, and you can put it down to a scared deputy with an itchy trigger finger if you want, but anyone with half a brain knows it goes a lot deeper than that. What made Katie try and hurt people... What made Katie try and hurt people who'd come to rescue her? And what kind of help did our perp think she needed? I consider myself lucky that I never again encountered a case of that nature. I consider myself lucky that I never again encountered a case of that nature. I didn't fail another family. I didn't fail a little girl. And I never went up against nothing I couldn't explain to myself in one fashion or another. I can't handle having dealt with just one case like that, let alone 2 or 3, because sometimes I catch myself wrestling with some unanswerable questions and coming up with answers that made me feel like a scared little kid again. Tonsil twister. Yeah. Alright, what story one? That was story 2. There's 4. Okay, cool. Sorry, I feel like I was kind of honed in on that one there that I feel like I didn't really get to say anything to chat much. Okay. Also, for some of the emailed stories, I've been kind of trying to. I can bring them over to Google Docs and then. Wait, fuck. And then I believe. Once I get it over there, I can change it to a easier, a more legible text thing. Which it's funny, I asked ChatGPT what more legible text there would be, and it says, bring it all to size 12 font, and then not size 12 font, but size 12, and then Helvetica New. Maybe I can do it in normal. Yeah. And then the spacing needs to be at fucking 1.5. Yeah, and then something about the spacing being at 1.5 makes it just a little bit easier where the letters don't sort of mix into each other. Dresden, thank you very much. I'm trying to keep a cool, chill vibe. If you need an editor, pre-edit your stories for you, I'd be happy to help you anyway. Less stress your part. I appreciate that, yeah. I do kind of have that, which I want, thank you. There are things that slip through the cracks at times. And most people, they do a good job. I mean, they do a pretty good job. But I just scree and ree about it for no reason sometimes. Scariest Fortnite stories. I believe I think Chills did a video on scary Fortnite videos, which I was curious. I kind of want to go watch that because I'm curious what was even included in that. We should watch that tonight. Yeah, we haven't had any sex bots in a while. Jacob must have defeated them all. Oh yeah, Hawk, you missed it. I found a country song that I think you would really like. It's called Good Lookin' by Dixon Dallas, and if you ever do a cookout or anything, I think you should play that for you and the crew. I got a bunch of wild camping stories from back in the day, but there was only one time that I was ever really terrified. Bears, snakes, they're a hella... Bears and snakes, they're all hella scary, but there's stuff that you can do to avoid getting bitten or attacked or whatever. You can hang on the bear mace or wear above the ankle hiking boots and rest easy knowing that you've done something to keep yourself safe. But when you're caught with your pants down in the middle of the night and you got no effing idea what's out there, that kind of fear hits different. So my best buddy through all of middle school and high school was this kid named Beto. They wrote Beto. Beto? Let me see, because then they immediately change it to Beta. I wonder if... Okay, so I see... Beto. How would you even say Beto? Beto. Where's the origin of the name Beto? Beto. Geppetto. Origin of the name Beto is a common diminutive or nickname for the Spanish Alberto. Oh, okay. Because remember the Beto O'Rourke, but I always was confused why the fuck his name was Beto. Beto, I want to... Because I was like, how the fuck is... Huh. His name is Robert Francis O'Rourke. It's like the most Irish shit ever. But he goes by Beto. Why the hell does he go by Beto? He's not even an Alberto. I guess the Robert part? Whatever. Anyways. Beto. Hey, Jensen, what's up? So, my best buddy through all of middle school and high school was this kid, Beto. And Beto ended up going to UT Austin to study a business degree, so every so often, I drove over to Austin to go visit him. But then this one time, he gets this idea that he wants to take me on a camping trip to Longhorn Cavern State Park. I say it like that because I can't think of anyone less likely to want to go on a camping trip. But when he explained how dope it was going to be, how we'd be completely free out there to do whatever without ever having to worry about cops or any sort of big homies or anything like that, it did start sounding like something I might enjoy. I've never been that much on walking or being outdoors, but smoking out of a tent before grilling some costillas and corn. Jesus fucking Christ, what is this? Costillas? Beto. I said it, Beto. Costillas. But when he explained how dope it was going to be and how we'd be completely free out there to do whatever without ever having to worry about cops or anything like that, it did start sounding like something I might enjoy. I'd never been that much on walking or being outdoors, but smoking out of a tent before grilling up a bunch of costillas and corn, I'll show up for that. But what I didn't know is that there was less of a chance of filling my pants and more of a chance of filling my pant. What? What is this? But what I didn't know is that there was less chance of me filling my pants and more chance of me filling my pants. What the fuck is he talking about? Like shitting himself? Beto from the ghetto. My pants are filled right now, pre-filled panties. But what I didn't know is that there was less chance of me filling my pants and more like, I don't understand the filling of the pants part. Does anyone know, like, is this hearkening back to something specific? Oh, filling my plate. Okay, that makes more sense, actually. Thank you. Jesus, I was like, is there a turn of phrase related to, like, yeah, I have to wrap it. If I wrap this, it will make more sense. The less chance of filling my plate and more chance of filling my pants with shit, if you know what I mean. But what I didn't know is that there was less chance of me filling my plate and more chance of me filling my pants, if you know what I mean. Anyway, so we drive over there, walk out into the woods, set up our camp, and get to doing our thing. Before that, we'd always had to worry about getting pulled over or caught smoking or whatever, and it sucked, but then out in the woods, it was completely different. I didn't like all the bugs, like that part really sucked about it, but just chilling by the fire, listening to tunes, and passing blunts, I gotta admit, it was pretty alright. But then, the forest started to get dark, and I don't know if you've lived your whole life in the city and then suddenly decided to sit by a campfire in the middle of the woods while the sun goes down, but it gets weird out there at night. All kinds of things start creeping around and making noises, and every one of them had me like, what was that? Does it eat people? Get the gun out, dude, get the gun out. He just thought it was hilarious, and in all fairness to him, I was kind of overreacting for the comedic value. And then he says, that's an owl, dude. I'm not shooting an owl, they're cool. And we played it off like that until I kind of settled into how noisy it can get at night in the woods. We stayed up for a while, just talking and smoking and drinking, and then once our eyes started getting heavy, we kicked a bunch of dirt over the fire and then got into our tent. Now my buddy, he used to... In the ghetto. This will be the next stories. True Scary in the Ghetto. Tales. Tales from the Hood. Holy shit, that would be really good. I do have a lot of stories of like people send in stories from their grandparents. Like their granny sent in a story or something, or not had one, but they're like conveying the story from their grandparents. Do you think, like, how would you even title that? Like, true scary stories from grandparents? Something like that. True scary stories from back in the day. I'm not really sure. From my mammy's tales. My buddy, he's used to sleeping out in the woods like that because he'd been doing a bunch of hiking with friends from college. But me, I just lay there for like a whole entire hour, staring at the ceiling or whatever you call the top of a tent, imagining a bear's head just coming through the door of the tent and eating me alive, junk first. Like the other stuff, that sounds kind of funny to think about now, and I kind of knew that I was being a big baby about it, but I swear to God, I started hearing another kind of sound, a bigger sound, and it was way closer than the others. It sounded like something rubbing up against a tree or leaning on it real hard to the point that it was actually creaking. Right away, I sit up thinking, yo, this is different because, like I said, what the hell is so big that's making a whole tree creak like that? And it's close, so I didn't like that at all. I hear the tree creaking even more, louder too, so I wake my buddy up saying, "What's that noise, my guy?" I'm half expecting him to just say like, "Oh, that's a lesser spotted whirlpool will," or whatever crazy animal name he was saying before, but he doesn't. He sits up, same as me, and starts getting this real wigged out look on his face. That sent me into this low-level panic because the whole time he's been super chill about everything, so whatever was getting... Move into a place in North Texas called Possum Kingdom Lake, for real. Nice. That sounds chill. Hopefully you will be the queen of the possum. Come to me, my servants. Take me down to the lake. Take me to my trash kingdom. Take me to the local diner for coffee. That sent me into a low-level panic because the whole time he'd been super chill about everything, so whatever was getting him reaching for his gun like that had to be bad. And right after, we hear some more creaking on the tree, heavier this time, so he gets his gun ready and points it at the tent door like he's expecting some big bear to rip through it any second. I'm wondering to myself by that time, like, why didn't I bring a gun too? Because whatever it sounded like... Because whatever it was sounded like it'd take way more than just a 9mm to take it down. Then right when I think that I'm about to completely lose my mind, we hear this big creak, followed by this insanely loud snap, and a screech so loud and blood-curdling that I swear that I feel like I was about to rip through the back of the tent with my bare hands and just run off into the darkness. But we just held still, too scared to move, just waiting in the best defense position that we could, even though we were probably still horribly unprepared for whatever the hell was outside breaking down trees. After the screech, everything went completely quiet, like so quiet that I could hear my own heart beating in my chest, and we just waited, too scared to even breathe until we were finally convinced that whatever had been out there was gone. I wanted to pack up our stuff and get out of there right away, but my buddy said that it'd be a worse idea to run. Whatever it was, we needed to stand our ground because if we ran, it'd probably chase us, and something that big doesn't lose what it chases. We even... Fuck, I accidentally clicked. What the fuck would be knocking down a tree other than like Sasquatch? Or an elephant rubbing its back. Whatever it was, we needed to stand our ground because if we ran, it'd probably chase us, and something that big doesn't lose what it... Come on, Pretty. No, buddy, no. Starts scratching the shit out of the fucking couch. And he does it to get attention. That's the thing about cats, is I feel like they don't really like have a distinction between positive attention and negative attention, just as long as they get squished in some way. Garvey, what's going on? Whatever it was, we needed to stand our ground because if we ran, it'd probably chase us, and something that big doesn't lose what it chases. We even think about sleeping, and the most we advanced out of the tent was to unzip the front flap and shine our light out to make sure that nothing was just hiding out there. Now, my buddy was incredibly brave as he kept his gun trained on that opening, but we waited until dawn to head out and look around. We saw the tree right away. lying less than 50 yards away, totally uprooted, but completely dead too. And that's when my buddy started to act relieved, like we didn't have a problem. He said dead trees like that fall over sometimes, and although it might have scared the hell out of us, we were never in any true danger. Beto then took a look around the tree and then pointed at what he said were some porcupine spines. I didn't know porcupines even climb trees, but Beto said that's what explained the evil screaming sound we heard. Poor little dude had been up in the tree sleeping, then woke up to it falling. He was probably more scared than we were. And that all makes sense to me, and I'm not saying I know any better than him, because that dude's smart, and he always has been. But what he was never able to explain was what made the tree fall down in the first place. He said it himself. He didn't notice it when we were making our camp, and he knew to keep an eye out for dead trees. Not even for safety either, because they make great firewood. He hadn't seen any that looked dead enough to really just topple over, but then there it was, right there in front of us, roots all freaky and tentacle looking as they stuck out of the ground. Talked to one of the... Down for Taco Tuesdays, my boy, my boy. Goddamn right. Never miss it. Porcupines in Texas? Are there not? Maybe it's a different... Yeah, it looks like they are in Texas. You miss working at a taco place simply for the free food, yeah. Fucking, what's it called? Chipotle. I remember like those Chipotles are always fucking like insanely busy. Just working the grill, cutting shit up. Going to town. I've talked to one or two people about this since, and they think it was maybe a black bear trying to get up to the porcupine, and maybe the tree falling down scared both of them off. Sure, that makes sense again, and I'm not trying to say it was Bigfoot or anything like that, but neither of us actually saw what it was, so we can't say for sure what it was or what it wasn't, right? And I'm telling you, it sounded way bigger than just a black bear. They're not even all that big. Are you saying a bear went up for that tree over the smell of... Are you saying a bear went for that tree over the smell of food that must have been all over our camp? Because that's a question that got me and him thinking, huh, and the one that still... Wait. Because that's the question that got my buddy thinking like, huh, and the one that still has me thinking, I'm never going out into the woods again. Joel speaking as a non-narrator is mind-boggling, and for what? What do you mean, and for what? Why is your mind boggled? I don't like stories like that, dude. They're so stupid. Because I know nobody else likes them either, you know? If I include that in the story set, it's just kind of like, oh, you heard a noise in the woods, congratulations. Like, could they not have just, like, said there was a rapist or something, made my job easier, and then I could be excited about including the story? Could they not have said that they heard the tree going, but then all of a sudden, like, a wiener started to, like, slither its way in through the tent? I don't know. Something weird. I mean, I know for a fact if I was in that position, it would freak me out too. Hearing a bunch of crazy shit out in the woods, you never know what the fuck's going on.
Mischievous dog.
Rick Irv, welcome back for 4 months. Says, thanks for keeping me occupied during my 12-hour shifts. You're welcome, Rick. Thank you. And welcome back to the Buttersock Cult. Yeah, for anybody who's got a green name, a member, be sure to check out the new bonus content over on the bonus content playlist. A rapist ripped the tree from its root. Exactly. That's top content. All right. Where were we? All right, let's do this long one first, shall we? Wait. Yeah. Just your friendly neighborhood rapist. I'm just on a list is all. No big deal. We're all on some type of list. Some people are on the Santa's naughty list and have to let the neighbors know. Okay, so you like them long and spooky. Tila, welcome. Yeah, anybody who's new, we are recording stories for tomorrow's video. Wednesday. What would be a good nickname for a Scary Story YouTube channel? Molted Murloc. Or just Murloc. Murloc would be a good one, just by itself. You guys listen to Murloc? Dude, he's freaking spooky, man. I fall asleep to him every night. He freaks me out. He gives me chills. Just after midnight on December 13th of 1990, the lifeless body of 33-year-old Mary Lou Pratt was discovered lying in a yard in a low-income neighborhood of Dallas, Texas. She had been stripped, beaten, and then executed with a single .44 caliber gunshot to the head. Within hours of her body's discovery, the case had been handed to Detective John Westphalen. Live studio audience. Westphalen? Westphalen. The Karen stories are amazing. I love them. Yeah, it's so funny. There was like on my Patreon, in the comments below the Karen, because like on Patreon, you know, it's $1 a month to get early access. And for the people that do have it, they, you know, you can leave comments and shit like that in the thing. And there was like a person, there's still, I think I talked about it last stream, but they're still arguing with people in the comments section about how the word Karen is a slur, is what they say, because it's a pejorative for a marginalized group. And I'm like, what? People who fucking bitch at Target stores management? You know what I mean? Like, what kind of fucking marginalized group is that? I'm going to the store, or I'm so self-entitled that I deem myself a marginalized group. I'm just like, it's so fucking stupid, dude. And thankfully, because I wanted to chime in the comments and be like, you're an idiot. Please remove yourself from my Patreon. But then thankfully somebody else chimed in and was like, you're insane. But it's just like, it's literally like, and somehow they don't even see the irony of what they're saying. And they're being a Karen while complaining about the word Karen. So you're like creating an endless Ouroboros, you know, an endless fucking loop. Just eating your own tail. Is it raining really hard out? Jenny Abbott, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. An idiot or top tier trolling. That's what I thought, dude. I literally thought, like, this person is like a master troll. It has to, like, in my mind, I'm like, it has to be a troll. But the fact that usually trolls get bored, but a master troll, I guess, never gets bored. But it's just so frustrating because the way they wrote it out is just like the definition of like people hyper fixating on linguistics. Because if you can, like, honestly, that takes a lot of skills sometime to like linguistically talk your way into being a victim somehow, you know? Like you have a pretty normal, average, good life, not a lot of struggles, blah, blah, blah. And then through the power of language and the thesaurus you found online, you were able to just like articulate how everyone around you is the enemy and everything they say and do is wrong. And it's so fucking embarrassing. It's like, bro, like this, just go outside. There's this green stuff on the ground. If you just kind of like graze your hand over it, it has this magical power to bring you back to reality. The Karen Boros. Any NYC stories? Yeah, I do believe I have like 1 or 2 whole episodes of NYC stuff. Within hours of her body's discovery, the case had been handed to Detective John Westfallon, a tobacco-chewing East Texan who dressed like a cowpoke and spoke like one too. Detective Westfallon was familiar with Mary, who by her mid-30s was one of the most seasoned prostitutes in all of Oak Cliff. A seasoned prostitute. Jesus Christ. She's a veteran. I should probably change it to the name. See, even here, it's like, I'm gonna get bitched at for saying the name prostitute, but it's like, what? It's like, that's not even an offensive. Like, if I was a lady of the night, I don't even think I would be offended by the term prostitute, honestly. It's just like, that's literally what it is. Well, how else are you supposed to paint it? And once again, it just comes down, somehow like changing the word around like makes people feel better about things. It's so weird. It's like such a strange concept. Do you have any personal Karen stories? Yeah, I was telling about one before where this lady came over to me and my buddy's garage when we were working out and like said that, you know, our lifting and it hitting the ground was gonna like shake her foundation of her house or something. Oh, that's right, humpster. I should change it to humpster. She was a seasoned humpster. People troll so hard on YouTube. I can literally watch the most adorable video and someone manages to manifest a problem with it. I know, that's how it is on Instagram videos when you go through Instagram Reels, and you'll always find that one person. It's actually really, it's like a funny trend which I kind of enjoy, because it's like baiting. It's like baiting you, where you go in, like the person says, like, how dare you make fun of these people like this? And then you click on like open further comments, and it says without me. And that makes me feel pleasant inside that not everyone is insane. And I feel like that's the only way to if you think about it, that's the only way to defeat people who are perpetually angry about their life and causing problems for others, especially within the realm of language and linguistics and comedy, is you can only defeat someone who finds power in the form of, like, because it's magical power. If you really think about it, they find magical power in using their words to elicit certain responses from you. It's like a type of alchemy, you know? And the only way to defeat their alchemy is with a stronger alchemy, a stronger magic, and that stronger magic is comedy. You can diffuse anybody's energy, you can destroy their energy, you can make them sit down, you know, you can make their body vibrate with elation with your words, you know what I mean? But usually the best way to go about it is to make them giggle. Well, that's the thing, like, I'm not that, like, the term prostitute, like, if I were to use the word a seasoned whore, that would be a very, you know, it wouldn't be a nice thing to say to a person that works that job. But I feel like the prostitute's almost like, to me, when I hear that word, I don't really hear like a negative word. To me, that sounds like calling a garbage man a sanitation engineer. You know what I mean? That sounds like the official, like, if I had a resume and I'm putting it in, I'm submitting it, you know, to the White House or whatever, I'm going to say I am a seasoned prostitute, you know, to really kind of spice things up and let them know that I've got 2 decades worth of seasoned prostitute action, you know. To me, it sounds more like the official scientific term. Or just use laughing gas, exactly. That's actual alchemy. Detective Westphalen was familiar with Mary, who by her mid-30s was one of the most seasoned escorts in all of Oak Cliff. But of all the hookers he expected to find dead on the street, Mary was somewhere near the bottom of his list. Mary was no stranger to violent Johns, but it was no accident that she'd survived in such a dangerous line of work for so long. Mary was extremely savvy with her business and very rarely plied her trade to seasonal prostitution. Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm not going out, sticking my leg out with my... I'm not going to be sticking my leg out in winter. It's going to get chilly. I only sell my body during the summer. Mary was extremely savvy with her business and very rarely plied her trade to strangers on the street. Instead, Mary tended to visit a small number of so-called regulars, some of whom she trusted enough to drive her home for the night. But apparently, some of that trust had been gravely misplaced. Following her transportation to the Dallas County Coroner's Office, Detective Westphalen made sure to witness Mary's autopsy. The gaping hole in her skull quite clearly spoke to the cause of death, but those in attendance soon noticed something else regarding the condition of Mary's body. As Detective Westphalen and his partner stood short. Hey, Arson, take care. Now listen up, here's a story about a little humpster bumpster who end up deaded. Onion powder is good to use too. What are you using that on? As Detective Westphalen and his partner stood a short distance from the blue plastic cart where Mary's body lay, Dr. Elizabeth Peacock peeled open the departed girl's eyelids. She had done so to make a note of Mary's eye color, but all that stared back at her were two empty sockets. Dr. Peacock, God damn it. Dr. Peacock. Dr. Pisscock. Dr. Peacock was morbidly impressed. Mary Pratt's eyeballs had been removed so carefully that her upper and lower eyelids were left completely undisturbed. The doctor told the watching detectives that if it would have taken someone of it... The doctor told the watching detectives that it would have taken someone of extreme skill to carefully cut away the 6 major muscles holding The detective told the watching detectives, fuck me, I don't understand. I keep seeing words that aren't there. I'm going crazy. You're gonna change prostitute but keep hooker. I don't know. At that point, it sounded kind of funny because it was it almost sounds like you're trying to be respectful, and then all of a sudden it hits you with that. So I don't know what the term is within the realm of comedy. Even though this isn't funny at all, you shouldn't be laughing at all. But sometimes you gotta make light of the world because it's so dark and evil that once in a while it just, you gotta fill it with some levity, or your butthole becomes so tight that you can never shit again and you get hemorrhoids. I don't know. Shut up. Not you. Just anybody who's mad. Shut up. No one cares. Okay. Detective Westphalen knew he was facing an up. Okay. Dr. Peacock was morbidly impressed. Mary Pratt's eyeballs had been removed so carefully that her upper and lower eyelids were left completely undisturbed. The doctor told the watching detectives that it would have taken someone of extreme skill to carefully cut away the 6 major muscles holding each eye in their socket, meaning there was a horrifying chance Mary's killer was a skilled surgeon. Detective Westphalen knew that he was facing an uphill struggle. With no murder weapon, witnesses, or significant forensic evidence, there was little chance of answering the many questions which surrounded Mary's murder, namely, what kind of person would do something so twisted? A few hours later, Dallas Patrol officers Regina Smith and John Matthews clocked in for their morning shift. The 2 officers' area of operations included a once popular shopping district just off Jefferson Boulevard that had drastically deteriorated over the previous 25 years. Financial decline preceding a sharp rise in crime, which meant Financial decline preceding a sharp rise in crime, which meant drugs, homelessness, and more. Financial decline preceding a sharp. This is a fucking Dr. Seuss riddle. Financial decline preceding a sharp rise in crime, which means drugs, homelessness, and most importantly. Maybe preceded. Who's else eating steak? I had steak earlier. Steak's fucking awesome. It's very expensive now, though, which is frustrating. And I haven't bought soda in a while. 12 packs of Diet Dr. Pepper like I used to. But I noticed that 12 packs of Diet Dr. Pepper that used to be like literally $3 is now 3 times that. 3 fucking times. It's like 9 something, like almost $10. Like what the actual fuck? How the fuck did soda go up so much? Financial decline preceded a sharp rise in crime, which meant drugs, homelessness, and, most importantly, prostitution. Smith and Matthews' assignment was to establish a presence in the area, though community police... Smith and Matthews' assignment was to establish a presence in the area through community policing. Instead of aggressively prosecuting those involved in petty or nonviolent crimes, Dallas PD sent Smith and Matthews to gather intelligence that would lead to the apprehension of the more dangerous or insidious criminals. But to gather intelligence, they first needed to win the trust of some rather unconventional allies. Many in the Dallas PD referred to the beat as public relation. Dream Hollow with a 2 says, love your content, just had to give you something. Thank you, Dream. It's Dream themselves. That would be really funny if, like, a really, really big YouTuber, I don't know, that's known for making millions, donated $2. Now, even though I'm very thankful for yours, it would just be, conceptually, it'd be really funny if, like, someone who's, like, super wealthy gave $2. Like PewDiePie comes in and gives 50 cents. That would still be very nice of them. Many in the Dallas PD referred to the beat as a public relations job, but Smith and Matthews could have been more accurately described as heavily armed social workers. Rather than arrest the many prostitutes that frequented Jefferson Boulevard, the 2 officers focused primarily on their safety. Oh, God. Sorry, I don't know why. Like, sometimes the sentences just don't flow right for some reason. Sugar content. Joel, I work for a beverage delivery company. Some city councils implemented extra tax depending on the sugar content. Yeah, but what if it's diet soda? Does that still count? Would it be a sugar substitute content tax? Man, fuck taxes, dude. Let people get diabetes themselves. Like, making it more expensive isn't gonna, like, make them not fat. Like, Jesus Christ. The government is so stupid, dude. They think they can fix shit by making it more inconvenient for people, but all it does is just make it more expensive and them, I don't know, less likable. Fuck them. Fuck the local council and they're trying to make me healthy. Make that shit fucking 50 cents, the whole pack. I will chug all of it right now. Just, I hate that. I fucking hate that. Just like people waking up and they're like, I got an idea. Instead of encouraging people to live healthier lives and exercise and do things like that, let's just make soda 15 times more expensive. Like, what? How does that... What? Like, what? Rather than arrest the many prostitutes that frequented Jefferson Boulevard, the 2 officers focused primarily on their safety. Anyone caught turning trucks during the... Turning trucks? What's that mean? Anyone caught turning trucks during the daytime would be tossed in a cell, but those who plied their trade at night... Oh, maybe they meant tricks. Oh, shit! D. Shore. That's a name I've not seen in a while. With the 30 buckarima says, so what's new in your world? Not a whole heck of a lot, to be honest with you. But thank you so much for the twerkable amount, and what a welcome return. Turning trucks over. If you flip a truck, you will be arrested. But D-Shore, how are you? What's new? What's poppin'? Where you been? What the hell? I think one of those soda companies on their earnings call said that they were still planning to raise prices just because they can. I know, that's the worst thing too, is like in the process of like inflation, like obviously it's like that trickle down effect where the consumer is the one paying all that shit anyways. But it sucks because there's also that motivation to, one, from those companies to make up for their losses from previous periods like COVID or whatever the fuck. But then also that like greedy sort of sense of like, well, how far can we push the perceived sense of like, you know, item value, in the same way that like Dr. Dre's Beats or whatever are fucking $300, but it was more just their perceived value based on advertising. But I imagine soda companies can't get away with that for too long. But I guess I'm glad that I stopped drinking it, because fuck them. And fuck the local council. That I just kind of like am taking at face value and not doing any sort of research on it all. Probably should do that maybe. Anyone caught turning tricks during the daytime would be tossed in a cell, but those who plied their trade at night in the quarantine zone of the ultra-sleazy Star Motel were essentially free to do so as they pleased. As the girls became increasingly appreciative of the police protection, they began to talk, and soon Smith and Matthews had established a deep rapport with several of the girls, along with a rough picture of local organized crime networks. The morning of December 13th was much like any other, and as the two officers approached the Star, they soon noticed one of their regular customers. During Smith and Matthews' first meeting with Veronica Rodriguez, the 26-year-old who had defied their presence by soliciting a John right in front of them, I thought that was like her introduction. During Smith and Matthew's first meeting with Veronica... Oh, I see. During Smith and Matthew's first meeting with Veronica Rodriguez, the 26-year-old had defied their presence by soliciting a John right in front of them before aggressively resisting any attempt at engagement. A few months later, Veronica was greeting the officers with a friendly smile, but she remained a remarkably stoic young woman. So when Smith and Matthews turned onto Jefferson that morning and spotted Veronica waving them down with a panicked look on her face, they knew something was terribly wrong. The moment they pulled up next to her and rolled down their windows, Veronica leaned into the car and yelled, "I almost got killed last night." She went on to explain that right in the middle of a trick, is that what it's called? Is the whole process called a trick? Smith and Matthews, less exciting. Smith and West, yeah. Steak and broccoli. Stoic is a great mindset to have. Heck yeah. Yes, stoicism is interesting because it's like a philosophy. I mean, it is a philosophy, literally a philosophy, but I don't know. Even in itself, it teaches you to still engage in those emotions that you have in a particular thing, like not necessarily being a robot, but also in its teachings, it doesn't try to create like a religion, because like a lot of like teachings, a lot of like political Gnosticism sort of like pops up in the modern era, where like people think that they're like, I don't know, part of some sort of movement, but in reality, most of the things that they believe aren't necessarily just like ideas or information. It's like they tend to end up falling into the sort of psychological patterns of cults, you know, But I suppose if you're not careful, the obsession over like stoicism could turn, you could find yourself in a cult-like thinking, but hoe and trick are the same meaning as a verb. Okay, I didn't think like right in the middle of a trick. Are they trick-or-treating? I wonder if that's the origin of trick-or-treat. Belief can be dangerous. I think it's safer to lean into things that feel grounded in reality. I think so too. I think you have to be grounded in reality. Like, I think all of it kind of keeps... It's like a fine balance between things. Like, in some fashions, you kind of need faith a little bit, but you also don't want it to get out of hand to the point that you become a god or something like that. But then you also, don't want people that are so grounded in reality that they get nihilistic. You almost just need like this fine mixture of like, maybe, perhaps, I don't know, something. I don't know, you're going to have crazies on either side or whatever, but I guess they all kind of keep each other grounded in some fashion through some sort of yin and yang process. She was yinging me while I was playing with her yang. She was how would you say that? She was yinging me while I was yanging. No, I don't know. You get the idea. She went on to explain that right in the middle of something, her John had just... What's up, Joey? She went on to explain that right in the middle of that night, her John had snapped and attempted to strangle her in a cornfield south of Dallas. Veronica was known to tell the odd, tall tale, but on this occasion, the officers were in no doubt that she was telling the truth. Veronica then told them that she'd been saved by a passing stranger who'd chased her alleged killer off, yet when asked for the name of this knight in shining armor, her memory suddenly grew hazy. A few days later, the plot thickened with Smith and Matthews founding... A few days later, the plot thickened when... A few days later, the plot thickened when... Jesus, I can't. I like... fucking... subby squirting out of my mouth. A few days later, the plot thickened when Smith and Matthews found Veronica sharing the cab of a truck with a balding, middle-aged Caucasian man. Confident that she was trying to work during prohibited hours, the two officers attempted an arrest. But as they hauled the trucker out of his cab and ordered Veronica to do the same, she suddenly begged them not to arrest him. "Please don't arrest him," she reportedly said. "That's the man who saved me from being strangled." After putting him in handcuffs, Smith and Matthews learned the man's name was Axton Schindler. Aside from a few unpaid parking tickets, Schindler's record was completely clean, yet the officers then listened as he claimed Veronica's story was complete fiction. He hadn't saved her from any attack. He wasn't even one of her Johns. He was just an old friend doing her a favor, at least so he claimed. Regardless, Schindler was hauled down to the department to pay off his fines, while Veronica was arrested for breaking the daylight ban on propositioning. To Smith and Matthews, it seemed like just another day on the job, yet months later, they'd realized a huge clue to Mary Pratt's murder had been hiding in plain sight. A few months later, on the morning of February 10th, 1991, the 27-year-old Susan Peterson was found dead. The 20s. How's the kitty cat? He's good. He's right here. It's kind of funny, like, I feel like years ago when I would pet Pradeep, it would always cause him to, like, lift his head. And, now sometimes when I pet him, well, mainly all the time now when I pet him, he just doesn't even bother lifting his head. He just accepts the pats. Which magnesium was I using again? Let me look. Amazon. Orders. It is called Jigsaw Health Mag SRT Magnesium Supplement Mag SRT 240 count. I guess I could put it into the chat. Nah, no I won't. Just in case YouTube gets weird. How old is my cat? He's 9. 9 years young. Do I give pretty catnip? You know, I don't. I don't know. He's had it before and he's gone crazy, but I've never really been motivated to just be like, all right, catnip time. Here's your crack. A few months later, on the morning of February 10th, 1991, 27-year-old Susan Peterson was found dead on the same street Mary Pratt was found. Susan had also been a prostitute and, much like Mary, had been severely beaten before being stripped down to her underwear and shot in the head. Interestingly, although Susan's body had been dumped on the very same street as the first victim, it was technically outside of the city limits. This meant that instead of Dallas Police Department, the second murder fell under the jurisdiction of the Dallas County Sheriff's Department and their top homicide detective, Larry Oliver. Larry was unfamiliar with Mary Pratt's case, meaning that he had no idea that he had a potential serial killer on his hands, but just like Detective Westfallen, he had made sure to be present at the autopsy. He too discovered that Susan Peterson's eyes had also been removed, and with the same careful precision as the first victim. The next day, Detective Oliver drove over to... Wait, would it be detective or sheriff? Yeah, detective. Oh, what kind of cat is he? He's black. The next day, Detective Oliver drove over to the Dallas Police Department to speak with John Westfallen. The two detectives were initially reluctant to toss around the term serial killer, yet the gravity of the situation wasn't lost on either of them. They were dealing with a highly dangerous, highly deranged individual who was almost certainly planning another of his signature murders. In order to try and prevent further deaths, flyers warning of a potential spree killer were posted around Jefferson Boulevard. There was no mention of the surgical removal of the victim's eyes, but a deep sense of communal panic set in all the same. Smith and Matthews found that even the most hard-faced working girls of Jefferson Boulevard were now only too happy to talk to them, but while the move was fantastic for community relations, it deeply frustrated Detective Westfallen. He understood that preserving human life was paramount, but the warnings would not only reach potential victims, but they'd also reach the killer, who in turn might significantly change their tactics and techniques or attempt to evade justice altogether. By mid-March of 1991, Detective Westfallen had accumulated 4 notebooks worth of case study pertaining. Mixing orange juice with apple juice? Yeah, that shit's good. Fancy juice. Crack nip. By mid-March of 1991, Detective Westfallen had accumulated 4 notebooks. By mid-March of 1991, Detective Westfalen had accumulated 4 notebooks worth of case study pertaining to the Oak Hills prostitute murders. He'd also overseen several undercover units that had been sent to stake out the area of Jefferson Boulevard. They'd run computer checks on the license plates of vehicles that cruised by just to see if the owners had priors, but the stakeouts yielded nothing and were soon discontinued. March 10th would see the detectives one step closer to the answers, but it would come at the cost of another victim. 26-year-old Shirley Williams was found dumped on a residential street in the heart of Oak Cliff, just blocks away from an elementary school. An unopened condom had been placed next to her corpse, and just like the previous 2 victims, her eyes had been surgically removed. As news of the third murder spread, Jefferson Boulevard became a veritable ghost town. Many of the prostitutes had moved out of town for the foreseeable future, planning only to return once the killer had either been caught or moved on. Those who were desperate enough to ply their trade went out in 2s or 3s, and often with a pimp or their hired muscle watching from a parked car nearby. Smith and Matthews kept up their patrols and were surprised at how many of the girls still ventured out to make a buck. One of them, a woman in her mid-30s by the name of Brenda White, claimed to have survived an attack just a few days prior. She told Smith and Matthews that she'd been picked up by a man with salt and pepper hair, cowboy boots, and blue jeans. Brenda had suggested the pair head to a motel, but her John said that he knew of some place better. Better. This place over here is better. I have a silky smooth voice, dude. I'm jealous. That's all right. I'm not even saying this jokingly, but you could probably train your voice. I mean, voice actors, if you think about it, like, they do, sure, they might have, like, certain gifts, but, like, you know, a lot of the voices that they do, they acquire from just practicing. So, like, if there's a voice that you want to do, if you practice it enough, I think you could become that voice. Try giving them valerian root. They love it. Cats love it. What's the valerian root do? It makes him a tiger. A tigress. Brenda had suggested the pair head to a hotel, but her John said he knew a better place. This was a huge red flag to the veteran prostitute who'd learned never to head to an undisclosed second location, and especially not with the first-time John. She attempted to exit the man's vehicle, but at that moment, and to use her words, a change came over his face. It was like an anger, rage, she said, and then he started screaming, "I hate you. I'm going to kill all you mother effers." Brenda said the man then lunged at her, but she already had her pepper spray in hand. She sent a stream of burning vapor into his eyes, jumping out of the car, and ran off into the night. Given that Brenda's description of the man was oddly reminiscent of the previously arrested Axton Schindler, Smith and Matthews decided to run his name through a more thorough background check. This is how they discovered that Schindler's address, 1035 El Dorado, was registered to a deceased man named Fred Albright. Wait, a house? He took the house from him? Discovered that Schindler's address. Oh, interesting. It's nature's Valium for humans, puts me right to sleep if I don't use it all the time. Interesting. I wonder if it has any negative effects. This is how they discovered that Schindler's address, 1035 El Dorado, was registered to a deceased man named Fred Albright. Fred Albright owned another piece of property in Dallas, one that just so happened to be in this very same neighborhood as Mary Bell and Susan Peterson were. Fred Albright owned another piece of property in Dallas, one that just so happened to be in the very same neighborhood that Mary Bell and Susan Peterson were found. The two officers reached out to the Dallas County Sheriff's Department, who, as you remember, have been working the case in tandem with the Dallas Police Department, and when they asked if the same Fred Albright meant anything to them in connection with the murdered prostitutes, there was a pause on the other end. The two officers later said that it must have been a penny drop moment for the deputies over at the Sheriff's Department, and, in time, they explained why the connection was so chilling. Not long after Mary Pratt's body was found, the department had received an anonymous tip from a woman claiming to be a friend of the deceased. The woman asserted that just prior to her murder, Mary had been dating a man named Charles. Whether this was professionally or recreationally, it's difficult to say, but the anonymous woman claimed Charles had an unhealthy obsession with Mary's eyes, to the point that she found it intensely unsettling. Investigators had initially shelved the report and were planning on returning to it later, but after the call from Smith and Matthews, it held a terrifying new relevance. You see, Charles was none other than the adopted son of Fred Albright, but the question remained, how were he and Axton Schindler connected? After perusing his extensive criminal history, the detectives pulled up one of Charles' mugshots. It showed him to be a fairly handsome, well-built man with grayish hair, angular features, and deep-set dark eyes, exactly like the man Brenda White had described. Smith and Matthews rushed in to inform Detective Westfalen of the huge break in the case. With his blessing, the officers then tracked down Brenda White and showed her the picture of Charles Albright. "That's him," she said. "That's the man who attacked me." Smith and Matthews then tracked down Veronica Rodriguez, the girl whose story had seemed strangely off. She might have made up many tales in the past, but this time, she clearly wasn't lying. The moment she laid eyes on the photograph of Charles Albright, she started to tremble. I choked on spit. Call me Dr. Chokes on Spit. You know, on Twitter X, Twix. On Twix, I posted about looking for animators because I have a bit of a dream, a bit of a small vision of starting a channel in which I have high-quality animations telling short, 5 to 10 minute horror stories. Fictional ones, I guess, or just whatever we can come up with. And I'd like to write them, I think, would be fun. And I'm looking for animators to help me with that, some high-quality stuff, similar to the quality that you would have seen in that other Lily video done by David Romero. But when I went to look for David Romero's social media, he had deleted all of his social media. And I was very upset to hear that, because David was a very talented individual. Even his last video on YouTube, even back when he was in school, which I believe is whenever he connected with me via the promotion of Chilling Tales for Dark Nights. And it was really fucking good. Everything he did was fucking awesome. And I was kind of looking for that kind of style, and I posted on Twitter, X, that I was looking for animators, and then I got all these bots, like so many bots, sent me messages. Hey, Lila. Sent me messages, looking, they're like, hey, can I have 5 minutes of your time? Can I have 5 minute time? Hey, I've got something for you. Like, it was just the most cringe, like, clearly AI bot nonsense, and then you go to their pages, and it was like some of them would do like Twitch streamer art or something. So it seems as if though there's like some sort of bot market on Twitter trying to capitalize on like the desire of people that want to do Twitch art or Twitch streaming but need artists to like do their random shit. and it's kind of sad. But anyways, I'm hoping to be in comunicazione with some animators here at some point. If anybody here knows David Romero, please tell him that I'm looking for him and he should report to the principal's office immediately. But yeah, my hope is to pay him a very sustainable amount of money, or whoever the animator might be, or whatever team of animators come to exist, starting a channel pertaining to animation. Yeah, eventually, and then start a Patreon that kind of goes along with it that would do like behind the scenes stuff. My hope is to do like voice work for it, like voice acting things, or have other people as well present and all that kind of stuff. But it's whatever. We'll get there when we get there. I just need something that feels like creatively satisfying, because sometimes you don't always get that when you do the same thing all the time. I'm sure you're familiar. You can make some pretty cool doodles. Should I send you a portfolio? Well, can you animate? Can you do 2D animation or 3D? I have a bachelor's in traditional animation, but haven't animated in a few years. I focus mostly on concept, illustration, and game art now. Yeah, Cam. Well, Cam, if you're interested in getting back into it, definitely send me your portfolio of your previous work or whatever. Tag me on Twitter, or, send me a YouTube video, whatever. Email me. Let's read submissions@gmail.com. And, yeah, I'd love to. I mean, if you're interested in getting back into it, or you're looking for money, for work, or if you know people too, if you know people as well that you think would benefit from that sort of like symbiotic relationship, I think that would be a lot of fun. I just have like a lot of stories in my head that I would like to get out, and even if we only release like one video a month, one video every 2 months, I think that would be sweet. Didn't you mingle with Swamp Dweller? That was awesome. Yeah, me and Swamp Dweller have done collaborations in the past. He's a very awesome guy. Someone I used to work with recently got out of college for animation, was looking for jobs. Okay, yeah. Send them my way. They can hit me up on social media or email. Let's read submissions@gmail.com. But, social media is probably easier because it's easier to respond. The moment she laid eyes on the photograph of Charles Albright, she started to tremble. Then, just like Brenda White, she pointed at his face and then told the cops, "That's him." Just after 2:30 in the morning, under a shower of light drizzle, a SWAT team smashed in the back door to 1035 El Dorado. The exterior might have looked decrepit, but the inside was beyond luxurious. One cabinet was filled with expensive crystal champagne glasses, while another held an extensive collection of highly sought-after Ladro figurines. Ladro? Who's that? Figurines. Giallo. 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 While another held an extensive collection of highly sought-after Giallo figurines. Fucking shit. While another held an extensive collection of highly sought-after Giallo figurines. In the bedroom, Charles Albright was caught completely by surprise, and as the heavily armed SWAT team dragged him out of bed and snapped handcuffs around his wrists, his young girlfriend began to wail in confusion. Whatever Charles had done, it was clearly a serious matter. The only problem was he seemed like the last man on earth to ever break the law. "Look, I've known Charlie for 30 years, said Albright's friend, a retired Baptist minister. And all that time I think I would have seen his dark side slip out at least once. Believe me, if he really was a psychotic killer, He couldn't have kept it a secret all this time, could he? In 1933, when he was just 3 weeks old, Charles was adopted by Fred Albright and his young wife Dell. According to Dell, Charles' birth mother was an exceptionally bright student, but was just 16 years old when she fell pregnant. Her furious parents demanded that she put the baby up for adoption or face familial exile, and the girl chose the first option. As a boy, Charles was known to be happy but an eccentric. Oh, my throat. Me throat. Would you like to see my collection of fine figurines? I try to go to bed listening half-arsed like normal, but I think it's really the music that does it. Oh, the background music? Yeah, it's pretty creepy. You sticky. Yeah, had a bit of a sticky throat. Sticky, icky. As a boy, Charlie was known to be a happy but eccentric young man of above-average intelligence. By 7, he'd memorized the names of all the constellations and was such a talented tap dancer that he was booked to open for a nationally renowned tap dance troupe at the famous Texas Theater. Charlie was just so much damned fun, recalled a childhood friend. We were always waiting to see what he'd do next. Surprisingly, Charles had a remarkably stable childhood for someone who grew up to be a serial murderer. But as he grew older, his adoptive mother began to exercise some rather unusual parenting techniques. Dell Albright began Dell Albright became so afraid of dirt and disease that she would change and wash her son's outfits up to 3 times a day. She would occasionally take him to polio clinics to gaze at those suffering from the disease, locked away in their iron lungs, prisoners to their infections. "If you don't keep clean," she'd tell little Charles. She'd burp in his face. Sorry, little Charles, I was kidding. "If you don't keep clean," she'd tell little Charles, "this is going to happen to you. You'll spend the rest of your life in one of those things." This strange behavior continued for some time, until the unusual descended into the downright abusive. She would sometimes lock him in a dark room as punishment for the smallest disobedience. When he wouldn't take a nap, she would tie him to his bed, sometimes for 12 hours at a time. When he wouldn't drink his milk, she would spank him brutally until his back and legs were a patchwork of yellowing bruises. The Albrights' neighbors noticed how odd Dell seemed to act, especially around her boy, but Charles never complained, on account of his mother's harshly taught lesson of, if you ain't got anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. If you asked Dell, she'd say that she was so overprotective of her adoptive son because of how precious he was to her. For whatever reason, the Albrights couldn't conceive naturally, and this no doubt put a great strain on Dell's mental health. But as we've already learned, those feelings manifested themselves in some very unhealthy ways. She recognized Charles' intellect and nurtured it as best she could. But while piano lessons and private tutoring might seem par for the course, teaching a young child taxidermy is unconventional at best and inappropriate at worst. As Charles set to work on the dead birds his mother encouraged him to bring home, his mother would lavish him with praise. She too had taken an interest in the rather morbid hobby and passed her knowledge on to her boy. She showed him how to use a knife to cut open their tiny skulls and how to use a specialized kind of spoon to cleanly scoop out the brains. But without a doubt, the most difficult part of the process was removing the creature's eyes from their sockets without damaging the socket or surrounding skull. To ensure that he could properly perform the task, Dell Albright spent hours forcing her son to practice the process over and over again. He'd use a tiny scalpel. Damn, we're kind of making some progress here. A little bit. He'd use a tiny scalpel to separate the soft tissue, and then use a pair of minuscule forceps to carefully remove the lumps of flesh from the bone cradles, all without cutting too deep or pulling too hard. When it came to birds, pruning the feathers and wiring the legs were perhaps the most crucial parts of the process. But when it came to the difference between just a good piece and a great piece of taxidermy, it was all in the eyes. Charles would regularly join his mother on trips to her favorite taxidermy store and would spend as long as he could staring at the rows and rows of intricately crafted glass eyes. But they were far too expensive for the repugnantly frugal frugal Dell Albright, who told her son that if he wanted them, he'd have to save up his meager allowance. And so, Charles' taxidermies ended up going without. They'd stare back at him with the dark, empty eye sockets. Despite his bizarre and slightly abusive upbringing, Charles performed wonderfully in high school and went on to enroll at the North Texas State College over in Denton. However, once he got there, his behavior took a dramatic turn for the worse. Charles was arrested for several burglaries that resulted in hundreds of dollars worth of goods being stolen. He claimed innocence when he got caught, but his mother refused to loosen her purse strings and attempted to act as her son's lawyer. He ended up spending his 18th birthday in prison. Once he was released, Arkansas State Teachers College was a chance for a new start, and for a while, it seemed as if though Charles was headed for high achievement. Teachers often complained that Charles didn't study, but then were flabbergasted when his grades came out as mostly A's and B's. Unsurprisingly, anatomy appeared to be Charles' strongest subject, and some teachers suspected that he would go on to medical school and a career as a surgeon. Charles might have been taking his studies more seriously, but his love of pranks remained. In one instance, one of Charles' friends had just endured a rather rough breakup and, in a bit of frustration, tore up several photos of his ex before throwing them in the trash. Then, unbeknownst to his heartbroken friend, Charles retrieved the photographs from the trash can and began cutting out their eyes with a kind of arts of crafts. What does it say? Now, Joel, didn't we decide on crust on a Christmas biscuit is the curse of the month? It's true. Christ on a Christmas biscuit. I want to hear an old man say that really bad. I want to hear my grandpa say that. Christ on a Christmas biscuit. I wish I would have had like a... Nah, it's whatever. You have a Yamaha 2-stroke jet ski? Do you really, Hawk? Where the hell do you ride that in Alaska? You crazy, crazy bird. Then, unbeknownst to his heartbroken friend, Charles retrieved the photographs from the trash can and began cutting out their eyes with a kind of arts and crafts knife known as an X-Acto blade. Over the days that followed, Charles' friend began noticing little strips of paper stuck to various points around their home. There was one above his head, one on the back of the bathroom door, even one over the kitchen counter, and on each one was a pair of deep brown eyes, the eyes of his ex-girlfriend. Charles thought it was hilarious. His friend violently disagreed, and after a tense confrontation, the strips of paper disappeared. After eventually dropping out of college, Charles entered the job market, but did so entirely on his own terms. He faked a teaching certificate to get a job at a high school in the nearby town of Crandall, but was forced to resign when his deception was uncovered. Since he was a popular member of the staff, the school promised to give Charles his job back if he attended Arkansas State Teachers College, but he was kicked out soon after his enrollment for stealing school supplies. Then, apparently on a whim, Charles enrolled in beauty school and eventually gained a beautician's license. He then found a job as a stylist at a local hair salon where, again, he proved himself a popular member of the team. Not long after, Charles discovered that one of his associates was seeking to commission a portrait of his wife. Charles claimed that he'd paint a world-class picture of her for just $250. The associate was skeptical, as Charles' claim of being an award-winning artist seemed dubious at best, but shockingly, every word was true. Charles was indeed a talented taught self-painter. Fuck. Christ on a sidecar. That's another one, I think. Yeah, it's a good one. Christ manning the AA gun. Have you ever watched Vikings? I think I've seen clips, like where they were like, at least do me the service of holding my hair prior to decapitating him or whatever. And then as the guy's like, all right, go ahead. And then as he does it, they go to chop his head off, but then he pulls the one guy's hands forward and it cuts the guy's hands completely off. And that was about the only scene that I think I've seen. Charles was indeed a talented self-taught painter, and had once won a prize at the Texas State Fair for his portrait of a dark-haired woman in a long green dress. He worked on the painting of the man's wife for weeks on end, and when he finally was done, it was magnificent. The man had expected something that he could hang on his wall, but when Charles announced that it was ready for collection, the man found the frame. The man had expected something that he could hang on his wall, but when Charles announced that it was ready for collection, the man found the frame was 6 feet tall and 3 feet wide. The coloring was rich but realistic, and the proportions were so lifelike that it could have fetched 10 times the price at a gallery. But without a shadow of a doubt, the most alluring, transfixing aspect of the painting were the subject's eyes. Charles claimed to have dedicated an entire week to ensuring that the eyes were nothing short of perfect, ensuring that the proper amount of shadow under the lashes, the right around the droop. What? My life be like, ooh, ah, ooh, ah, my life be like, ooh, ah, ooh, ah, whatever. My life be like, ooh, ah, ooh, ah. You guys got anything cool to talk about? Oh yeah, let's check out Yahoo News. Yahoo News. My friend says Yahoo News is really funny for some reason. Okay, we've got Finland counted its bomb shelters and found 50,500 of them. Should have stayed home that night. public school teacher breaks down after her monthly paycheck and expenses shows the bleak reality of being an educator. A pair of teenagers arrested for allegedly shooting Ohio State wrestler Sammy Sosa. Oh, Jesus. Okay, well, none of this is funny. What the hell? I thought they were going to be comedy articles. Well, alright. Never mind. I don't want to read Yahoo News anymore. Still lifting. I am. I back squatted 465 the other day for one. And that was so fucking heavy, dude. It was like... It was really hard. When I going to check out Chills? Yeah, but I have to finish my recording first. Don't you understand? This pretty black cat he is. Dark as midnight with 7 lucky white hairs on his chest. Did you hear about the lady in Australia who had a worm pulled out of her vein? I remember hearing about somebody in Australia, like a woman had poisoned her family's pie or something like that and like killed quite a bit of her family with like poisoned pie. But what's the deal with the worm? Should I look that up? Australia, worm in vein. Australian doctors removed 3-inch parasitic worm from woman's brain. Oh, from the brain. I guess that makes more sense. When a 64-year-old Australian woman was sent to the hospital for brain surgery. Okay. Because I guess you can kind of get those sometimes, right? You know, just a little random brain worm. Makes you want to eat ice cream. Makes you want to spend $10 on fucking Dr. Pepper. Your guy does 435 all the time, but it's messing with his knees. 435 all the time. Doesn't he want to like go up though? Like make progressions up or whatever? Unless he's doing it for bodybuilding, then maybe he's really trying to get that mind-muscle connection with that number. I'm excited for Starfield. I am excited for Starfield, honestly. I think it looks cool. I think it looks immersive. The combat, the shooting combat looks pretty good. And I don't know. I got this weird thing where I get excited for games and then they come out and I find that I don't really finish them, you know? I only get like a few days in and then I just lose interest. But the games that like really pull me in lately, which sounds kind of silly, are like just like basic level design ones where I can come in, get a few levels in, you know, on it, and then jump out, you know? So that's why I like really enjoyed playing Celeste. There was also this game called Neon White. You might have heard of that. That one was really cool. I don't know, it was just really enjoyable. They're just like games where it's just like it's literally a game, you know? It just feels like a game. There's not too much to it. It's easy for your brain to kind of comprehend. Like I do really appreciate like deep and immersive like RPGs, but sometimes it's a bit much. Did anyone see that show where this guy was swimming in the lake and something in a worm and a parasite swims up his pee hole? That was me. It's still in there. But I'm not taking it out. I'm not taking it out. Ain't that right, Purdue? Nothing's coming out of this pee hole. Hell yeah, brother. Give me a fist bump. Playing a lot of CSGO lately. Yeah, CSGO 2 should be out soon, right? CSGO 2 Global... Yeah, CSGO 2. I'm the same way. A game where I don't have to overthink, I can spend hours on. It's like, I also like the idea of, like, back in Skyrim, I would get immersed in stuff as well. But I don't know if it's just, like, as I get older and I'm now 33. I'm not saying I'm old by any means, but, like, within that like for video game demographics, it's always like fucking kids till 35. I think 35 is like the demographic range in which they determine that most people play video games till, or like stop around that age. And maybe I'm just getting hit with that sort of like thing where I've sort of played everything already, experienced every sort of novel experience you can have. The only thing I haven't like put a lot of time into that I wish I would be VR games, because VR games are kind of like still very novel to me and silly. You're old, it's all good. There's a lot of different ages in here, people. Charles claimed to have dedicated an entire week to ensuring that the eyes were nothing short of perfect, ensuring the proper amount of shadow under the lashes, the right droop around the lids, and the correct amount of shading to the subject's pale blue iris. Until then, Charles had led something of a mischievous but harmless existence. He might have had sticky fingers and a penchant for forgery, but he'd never hurt anybody. And that all changed in March of 1985. Sometime in 1979, Charles had begun attending St. Bernard's Catholic Church on Old Gate Lane in East Dallas. He was said to have a fine singing voice, occasionally aided the church's priest in his holy duties, and sometimes would bestow generous acts of charity on some of the congregation's less fortunate members. And this is how he first met a young family, down on their luck, who just needed a little help getting by. Charles slipped the man of the house a $100 bill during a church service. The man fought back tears, and a deep friendship was cemented. However, half a decade later, the 14-year-old daughter of the family shared a shocking and long-held secret with her parents. Charlie Albright, one of the most pious and popular members of St. Bernard's Church, had been violating her, and he'd been doing so for years. 51-year-old Man, this is a fucking wild ride of a true crime story. I don't know why. Like, it's really good. I'm not enjoying it per se in the sense that it's a good thing it's happened, but it's like, it's really gone fucking everywhere. "51-year-old Charlie denied the accusations, vowing passionately to clear his name, but on March 25th of 1985, he stood before a judge in a somber Dallas courtroom and pled guilty to the charges of knowingly and intentionally engaging in deviant intercourse with a minor. Charles essentially went into hiding following the conviction and went on an extended trip to Arkansas to wait out the media storm. It was here that he met Dixie Austin, the woman who he was sharing his bed on the morning of his arrest for murder. Dixie would later claim that she had no idea of her boyfriend's murderous nature and recalled how he'd spent most of his spare time hunting salamanders out in the woods. Charles told Dixie that one of his dreams in life was to discover a brand new species of salamander so he could name it after himself. At this point, it wouldn't be surprising if Charles really was some kind of accomplished amateur reptile expert, but on this occasion, the story was a cover. Charles wasn't off looking for lizards. He was looking for ladies of the night, and for considerably more sinister purposes than their preferred form of commerce. One of the first girls Charles encountered was a married mother who plied her trade after her husband had gone to work and her children were at school. She later recalled feeling sympathy for him and how he seemed to want company more than relations. He was a sweet gentleman, she reportedly said. If I ever needed extra money, I would call him and he would drop it off. This relationship continued for many years until finally the woman began refusing to see him on account of his increasingly aggressive temperament. In one instance, Charles handcuffed her to a bed and began whipping her with an extension cord while yelling, "Scream if you like it. Scream." Charles is thought to have maintained several such relationships with several different women, including his future victims, Mary Pratt and Susan Peterson. Yet he didn't develop a thirst for murder until the deaths of his adoptive parents. Following his father's fatal heart attack in 1986, Charles inherited a fortune of almost $100,000, along with all of his parents' homes and property in South Dallas. For sentimental reasons, he kept all the property in his father's name, and to bring in a little extra cash, he rented out one of the smaller homes on the street called Cotton Valley to a husky-looking truck driver by the name of Axton Schindler. With little income coming in, Charles decided to move into the old family home in Oak Cliff, with Dixie Austin moving in not long after. Theirs was a quiet, romantic life until the veneer was suddenly shattered one morning by the emergency of a horrifying truth. The emergence. Erica L with the 5 says, "Hi, let's read. Hope you're having a great night. As always, love your videos and happy to listen to your stories." Thank you, Erica. Appreciate you. Hope you're having a good night. And thank you for the 5. And Cam Ma with a 5 as well says, "Hi, just playing Resident Evil 1 and streaming, and I shouted you out of my stream. Just wanted to ask permission for your wonderful voice in my stream." Absolutely, Cam. Have me on there, playing in the background, whatever you want to do. Just let everybody know. It's your boy, Skinny Penis, Let's Read. Oh, what's up, Sid? Have you ever Googled the Guinness World Record for the hardest titty twister? Oh, tongue twister. Let's see what we got. Jarvis, bring up the world's hardest tongue twister. Yes, sir, right away. As of my latest knowledge, the seething sea the seething sea ceaseth, and thus the seething sea sufficeth us. Oh, okay. The seething sea ceaseth, and thus the seething sea sufficeth us. The seething sea ceaseth, and thus the seething sea sufficeth us. Sufficeth us. Damn it. Sufficeth us. Sufficeth. I can't believe they actually have Old English. Sufficeth. The seething sea ceaseth, and thus the seething sea sufficeth us. Imagine if you had to say it. You had to say it, or somebody shoots you in the fucking head with a .44 Magnum. Could you do it? Alright, let's do it. I'm going to do it right now. Here we go. The seizing... Fuck! It's blows my fucking head off. God damn it. It's a hard one. How is that the Guinness Book of World Record? I could come up with a cooler one than that. Maybe it's the world record of how many people just can't fucking say it. Which then wouldn't you need to line everyone up? Okay. Toking Fishy with a 2 says, "Do you plan to post more of Sam's stories?" I do hope to, for the members only, but he actually helps me a lot now with true crime stuff. So you'll definitely, even right now, you're listening to a Sam riding joint. It's a Sam riding joint, but it's a true crime joint. Someone banging on your door? Uh-oh. Okay, he was taken back to his cell. Oh. Okay. Okay. I think I found where I'm at. Also, I don't know if you noticed tonight, I'm not making as many mistakes as I normally would. And I do honestly believe it's because I'm reading in the Helvetica new font. And the fact that it's also 1.5 spacing. So, pretty cool if you ask me. For any read heads out there. Okay. There was a quiet, romantic life. Fuck. Theirs was a quiet, romantic life, until the veneer was suddenly shattered one morning by the emergence of a horrifying truth. When he was first detained on suspicion of murder, Charles refused to say a word to the arresting officers. He was taken back to his cell, then investigators set about searching his many properties. They found X-Acto blades, a copy of Gray's Anatomy, and at least a dozen true crime books, but there were no obvious murder weapons and, more importantly, no eyeballs. Both Axton Schindler and his girlfriend Dixie both acted as crucial alibis for Charles, and for a while, it looked as if though a conviction was going to be impossible. But the Dallas County DA had a trick up their sleeve, and for the first time in U.S. history, they were going to seek a murder conviction based solely on hair evidence. Just days after Charles' initial Hey, Cam Ma with the 2. Thank you, Cam. Graveyard is only 100 yards from my home. Oh shit, dude. That's a good story. A graveyard knocking. Came a jocking. Paulie D, what's good? Paulie D down under. Just days after Charles' initial arrest. Just days after Charles' initial arrest, the Dallas Forensic Lab discovered that tiny hairs found on the bodies of the dead prostitutes were almost identical to hairs taken from Charles' head and pelvic area. While this might be considered circumstantial to some, the lab was also able to determine that minute hairs found in Charles' truck were identical to samples taken from Mary Pratt and Susan Peterson, as well as those taken from the third victim, Shirley Williams. It was an unconventional link, but it was the only one that had put Charles behind bars, so with some hope and a prayer, the prosecution went to work. Charles' defense attorney claimed that the prosecution's case hinged on flimsy, unreliable evidence and that the real killer was most likely Axton Schindler, who just so happened to have fled Dallas a week before the trial. Granted, Charles was an eccentric man, but he was no killer, and the attempt to link his... What's up, Rafaela? And Tiffany Williams, thank you for the gifted membership to Jacqueline Luna. Welcome, welcome. You now have access to bonus content, Jacqueline. Thank you, Tiffany. Pyromaniac, what's good? This sounds like a good movie. It probably would be a pretty good movie, honestly, especially like showing his childhood and shit. Granted, Charles was an eccentric man, but he was no killer, and the attempt to link his impressive extracurricular activities to the actions of a psychopath were a grave insult to his character. Yet the jury saw through the defense, and on December 19th of 1991, he was pronounced guilty and sentenced to life in prison. Charles vowed to fight the case on appeal and welcomed a series of journalists into his cell to profess his innocence. "I never touched an eyeball," he told one. "I truly think, and this may sound far-fetched, that the boys in the forensics lab cut out those eyes. I think the police said, 'We want some sort of mutilation to gain more attention to the case, and that's how I got roped into this whole thing. It's a miscarriage of justice.'" Charles continued to fight his case from the John Montfort Psychiatric. You know, I always think that. Have you guys ever thought that? That, like, if ever there was somebody to fake evidence It would be the forensics team. Because, like, I don't know, something really arbitrary, like you found a certain type of pollen on the, you know, the guilty party or the defendant's car wheel, and that type of pollen just so happened to be found where her body was buried or some shit, you know what I mean? Couldn't they just fake that, I guess? I don't know. It makes you wonder to what extent, like, forensics is just complete bullshit. You had to wake up in 3 hours. Uh-oh, you better get some sleepers. I mean, it's not to say that it doesn't have its many uses as well, but at the same time, it's kind of like, it's one of those things where if you just make it up and plant it, what the hell is, like, the conventional person going to say? There's no alibi for a microscopic organism, you know? There's no alibi for DNA. You just kind of, like, people were just like, oh, that sounds like magic to me, and I believe all magic, so it's true. And then the jury's like, guilty, put him in the fucking gurney. But then chop his head off and his penis too. Charles continued to fight his case from the John Montford Psychiatric Unit in Lubbock. Montford. Charles continued to fight his case from the John Montford Psychiatric Unit in Lubbock, Texas, and did so until the year 2020, when he passed away from an undisclosed medical condition. It marked a rather anticlimactic end to such a storied life, as many had hoped Charles would open up about the murders later on in life. There was a lot of speculation regarding other potential victims, and without a full and frank admission on his part, it's more than likely that Charles took many dark secrets to his grave. Yet thanks to a full and forensic analysis of his upbringing and early see you later. Yet thanks to a full and forensic analysis of his upbringing and early adulthood, I believe it's possible to place an educated guess on why Charles did such terrible things. A person's formative years are the most important of their entire lives, and the things they learn at that age are carried with them into later life. Little Charlie should have been out riding a bicycle or had his nose buried in a storybook, but instead, his deranged and abusive mother watched him carve out the eyes of dead birds before telling him, "Good boy." Alrighty. Uno más story to go. This one's definitely not as long. It's true crime related, but it's definitely not as long as the last one, which is fine by me. But I'm gonna take my sleepy time magnesium, and I'll be right back if you guys want to chat amongst yourselves. What's up, guys? I'm back. I'm feeling pretty glocky. I feel pretty sleepy. I'm feeling pretty groggy. You're what? You're feeling glocky? I'm feeling pretty groggy. Okay. Feeling pretty sleazy. Alright, what am I doing? Last Snorri of the Snight. Yeah, whenever I shower, I usually just sit. I sit in the shower. Some people sit to pee. I sit to cleanse. Format, paragraph, wait, text, align. Pretty glocky. What am I doing? Format. Text. No. Da. There we go. We go, G.
Put my hands on the back of my head. Like this. Like this.
I sound like the Grinch.
It's me, the Grinch. And I want your presents right now.
Okay. Last story of the schmeevening. Grip and dip. On May 2nd of 1949, James Byrd Jr. was born in Jasper Country, Texas. Jasper County, right? Or is it Jasper Country? Jasper County, Texas. County. Okay, cool. On May 2nd of 1949, James Byrd Jr. was born in Jasper County, Texas, the third child of Stella Mae and James Byrd Sr. Stella Mae was a Sunday school teacher, while James Sr. was a deacon at the Greater New Bethel Church over in East MLK Boulevard. Both parents attempted to instill their son with a strong moral compass and respectable work ethic, and for a while, Jr. kept himself on the straight and narrow. But it wasn't long before James Jr. fell in with a bad crowd, which led to some very poor decisions. Decision-making on his part. Between the ages of 20 to 37, James was arrested on several different occasions on charges varying from theft and forgery to violation of parole. The last charge saw him do a serious stretch in prison, but after that, James vowed to turn his life around. And by 1998, a 49-year-old James was working on and off as a vacuum cleaner salesman. He was also known to walk wherever he wanted, meaning he was most likely banned from driving in some capacity. James could have quite easily evaded the ban by borrowing a friend or a relative's car, but doing so might have risked violating his parole. So instead, he walked. On Sunday, June 7th of 1998, James walked all the way across Jasper County to spend the evening with some friends and family. There was music, a cookout, and an inflatable mini pool for the kids. Then, after a few beers and a healthy digestion period, James summoned up the stamina to walk back home. Shortly after 2 a.m., James said goodbyes to his goodbyes. How does that not pick up the grammar on that one? Because like Google Docs usually will tell you if something sounds weird. Shortly after 2 a.m., James said goodbye to those in attendance and then walked onto the dark streets of Dallas, never to be seen again. Sometime between 2:30 and 2:45 a.m., James was walking along a long, dark stretch of road when a pickup truck pulled up next to him. The men claimed to recognize Christopher James. I sound like Gordy Shore. Who's that? Related to Polly? The men claimed to recognize James from his many walks around Jasper County and offered him a ride to wherever he was going. James then climbed into the bed of their truck, and the driver took off down the road. However, instead of taking James to his intended destination, the driver took him east, all the way out of Jasper County, to a small clearing in the woods. There it's believed that James was told to get out of the truck, and realizing something was terribly wrong, he did so. But when he tried to get away, the truck driver...
Put my hands on the back of my head like this.
But when he tried to get away, the truck's driver, along with 2 other men, chased James along into the clearing and attacked him. Forensic evidence suggested James put up one hell of a fight, but he stood no chance in the 3-on-1 struggle against younger, fitter men. Once they got the better of him, and James was lying on the ground, his attackers continued the assault, landing blows all over his body before spray painting and urinating on him once he was firmly unconscious. The men then dragged James' unconscious body back to their truck, tied a chain around his ankles, then attached the chain to the rear bumper. James was then dragged 3 miles along Huff Creek Road, and an autopsy suggested that he had remained alive and conscious for at least half of it before his bones were broken and his body was torn apart. What remained of him was dumped in front of a historically African-American cemetery on Huff Creek Road. The next morning, the police found traces of James's body in 817... What is it? The next morning, the police found traces of James's body in 81s. Oh, okay. Cam Ma with the big 20 buccarenos says, just one more, please. Make a quick story like, ooh, can you read a Resident Evil story or whatever you want? Sorry. Yeah, I mean, after this, we can check out for something that's Resident Evil related, I guess. A little quickie. Because I was probably going to go to bed after this. I was a wee bit tired. And I usually have to, get into bed at between 3 and 4 a.m. at the latest. But thank you for the 20, Cam. The next morning, the police found traces of James's body in 81 separate locations along the highway, along with one majorly significant clue, a cigarette lighter with the word possum inscribed in it. Given the sheer horror of the crime at hand, there was a massive incentive to solve it as quickly as possible. The carnage that unfolded that night was something they couldn't The carnage that unfolded that night wasn't something that they could block off or hide. It was spread along 3 miles of highway, and as news of the murder swept through the city like wildfire, people were horrified by what they heard. The Jasper County Sheriff's Department were soon finding themselves contacted by the FBI, who wished to offer their assistance on account of the extreme nature of the case. They returned within hours with a break in the case. Possum was the jailhouse nickname of a 23-year-old man named John William King, who was on an FBI watch list after associating with a known white supremacist group. King also had several white supremacist tattoos and was discovered to be a full-patch member of a jailhouse neo-Nazi organization known as the Confederate Knights of America. King was arrested, and after a brief investigation, it was discovered that the 2 other men in the truck that night were named Sean Berry and Lawrence Brewer. At the murder trial, it was established that 23-year-old Sean Berry did not share John King's politics, but was found to be just as culpable in James Byrd's death as his 2 racist companions. 31-year-old Lawrence Brewer, on the other hand, was a dyed-in-the-wool white supremacist. Dyed-in-the-wool? Stalker. Are you guys excited for the new Stalker? I feel like that game's gonna be pretty crazy. If you're evil and you're a resident of this home, you're going to jail. 31-year-old Lawrence Brewer, on the other hand, was a dyed-in-the-wool white supremacist who, prior to Bird's murder, had served a prison sentence for drug possession and burglary. According to his court testimony, he joined a white supremacist prison gang along with John King in order to safeguard himself from other inmates. Yet the prosecution painted a picture of a man who joined with enthusiasm as opposed to reluctance. One of their chief witnesses was a psychiatrist who stated that Brewer did not appear in the least bit repentant for his crimes and, at one point, referred to his as, and I quote, Mr. Pillager, what's going on? Mr. Pillager, where's my mods at? They're hiding right now. They're taking a bit of a nappy poo. One of their chief witnesses was a psychiatrist who stated that Brewer did not appear in the least bit repentant for his crimes and, at one point, referred to him as, and I quote, a racist psychopath. The prosecution coupled their expert's testimony with a note intercepted. The prosecution coupled their expert's testimony with a note intercepted by the guards of the jailhouse where King and Brewer were being held. Proven to be in King's handwriting, he transcribed knowing that the murder of... Well, he described. Jesus, what is wrong with me? Proven to be in King's handwriting, he described knowing that the murder of James Byrd might result in a death sentence, but that he did it anyway. Regardless of the outcome, we have made history, one passage read, before he signed off, death before dishonor. Jail officials also mentioned that both King and Barry had attempted to obtain a copy of a book entitled The Turner Diaries whilst awaiting their trials. Published in 1978, the Turner Diaries were written by the rabidly racist William Luther Pierce, one of the founding members of the since-defunct National Socialist White People's Party. The novel depicts a violent revolution in the United States which leads to insurrection, nuclear holocaust, and ultimately a race war which leads to the systematic extermination of Americans' ethnic minorities. It's been described as being explicitly racist and anti-Semitic by the New York Times and an FBI expert on white nationalism to fucking shit. Oh my goodness. What's a girl got to do to get a wrench around here? If you ask for power, you shan't not be given it. Do you not understand? Those who desire power are the least capable of using it responsibly. Come on with the one, thank you. Okay. You're gonna be responsible with your, with great power comes great responsibility, okay? No one seems to talk back, how come? Did you say anything? I didn't see anything until you typed right now. It's been described as being explicitly racist and anti-Semitic. Semitic? Semitic? Is it Semitic or Semitic? Oh, Semitic. I feel like I've been saying it wrong for years. Joel is a pseudonym for greatest of all time. Dratus of Eel Lime. It's been described as being explicitly racist and anti-Semitic by the New York Times, and an FBI expert on white nationalism to fuck. God damn it. Where's my manuscript? What do you mean? And an FBI expert on white nationalist terrorism once called it the Bible of the racist right. While it might be acceptable to obtain a copy of the novel for academic purposes, King and Brewer's desire for it was obviously not innocent and provided yet more evidence that the murder of James Byrd Jr. was not only first-degree murder, but motivated solely by racial hatred. At the trial's conclusion, Sean Barry was spared the death sentence and instead sentenced to life in prison. The jury acknowledged that the crime was never something Barry would have instigated alone, but since he failed to stop it, a share of the blame was to his shoulder. I keep fucking... The jury acknowledged that the crime was never something Barry would have instigated alone, but since he failed to stop it, a share of the blame was his to shoulder. As of 2023, Barry is living in protective custody at the Texas Department of Criminal Justice Ramsey's Unit. The Gordon Ramsay Unit. He has to cook for the rest of his life and get yelled at by Gordon. Oh my god. Dun, 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 dun. Is there a reason I'm screaming at you? Yeah, Jamie, how come you always type in capitals? It's too loud. It echoes through my ears when I read it, and it makes my nose bleed a little bit. Don't yell, okay? As of 2023, Barry is living in protective custody at the Texas Department of Criminal Justice's Ramsey Unit. He spends 23 hours a day in an 8-by-6-foot cell, with 1 hour for exercise, most likely because white supremacist prison gangs such as the Aryan Nation have put a bounty on his head. He'll be first eligible for parole in June of 2038, when he is 63 years old, but frankly, it'll be a miracle if he survives until then. Lawrence Brewer, in all his unrepentance, was sentenced to death by a jury of his peers. He was executed in the Huntsville unit on September 21st of 2011. The day before he was put down, Brewer. Cam Ma with the two says, I'm a cook and a construction worker. Law. Wait, what do you mean? Did someone's... I'm confused with the context. I mean, that's cool. I just wasn't sure. Did I ask about that? Or maybe I did. I forget everything. Oh, for vision purposes. Oh, that makes sense. I guess. But wouldn't the, couldn't... Well, I guess, yeah, within the YouTube thing, I guess they wouldn't have, like, vision typing. Unless you're on phone. Maybe on phone you could set it to, like, the text to be larger on phone. The day before he was put down, Brewer told Houston's KHOU 11 News, as far as any regrets, no, I have no regrets. I'd do it all over again to tell you the truth. Shortly afterwards, he sat down for his final meal. Brewer's existence had been just a blip on the radar of the Texas penitentiary system, but the request that he put in for his last meal had significant consequences for hundreds of other death row inmates. Brewer ordered... Man, I don't know why I'm fucking up this whole last story, it's so short. Brewer's order included 2 chicken fried steaks with gravy and sliced onions, a triple patty bacon cheeseburger, a cheese omelet with ground beef, tomatoes, onions, bell peppers, and jalapenos, a bowl of fried okra with ketchup, 1 pound of barbecued meat with half a load of white bread, 3 fully loaded fajitas, a meat lover's pizza, 1 pint of Blue Bell vanilla ice cream, a slab of peanut butter fudge with crushed peanuts on top, and 3 large root beers. When the meal was presented to him, Brewer looked over at the massive spread that had been laid out for him, looked at a correctional officer in the eye, and told him, "I'm not hungry." Due to some kind of food safety regulation, the prison officials were not permitted to repurpose the giant feast, and were reportedly forced to throw the entire thing in the trash. The news prompted outrage from the people of Texas, and State Senator John Whitmer petitioned prison officials to end the 87-year-old tradition of giving last meals to condemned inmates. The prison agency's executive director responded by stating that the practice had been terminated effective immediately. On April 22, 2019, John King's appeals to both the Texas Court of Criminals Appeals and the Texas Board of Pardons and Paroles were denied, and he was executed at the Texas State Penitentiary. Penitentiary? Or penitentiary? Wait, fuck. Penitentiary, okay, yeah. Oh my god. 55 burgers, 55 fries, 55 tacos, 55 pies, 100 pizzas. Now I want to make that meme where it's like when they ask me what I want for my last meal. Jesus fucking Christ. He was executed at the Texas State Penitentiary. Wait, does I say it? Why I keep forgetting? Penitentiary. And he was executed at the Texas State Penitentiary on April 24th. And he was executed at the Texas State Penitentiary on April 24th of 2019. While it's easy to celebrate King's death, it's harder to fathom why James Byrd had to die in the first place. But instead of succumbing to anger and despair, James's family found the strength to turn something ugly into something beautiful. In the years following his death, family members helped establish the James Byrd Foundation for Racial Healing. Eccentric former basketball player Dennis Rodman donated $25,000 to the foundation, while boxing promoter Don King established a $100,000 college fund for Byrd's 3 children. Perhaps the best way to sum up their attitude is to recount their joint statement in the aftermath of his death. How does one respond? How does one respond to such a brutal act, they said. Having a loved one tortured and lynched produced an unimaginable sense of loss and pain, yet retaliation, hateful speech, or promotion of hate-ridden propaganda never entered our mind. We thought, what would Jesus have done? How would he have responded? The answer was crystal clear. His message would have been one of peace and hope. Cam Ma with another big 20 says, oh no, I just have a lot of stories and boring ones. Actually, I don't know what I meant by that, Law. I guess life is hard and I'm so tired of my construction job, but I love my second job. I'm just venting plus a heartbreak. Oh, no worries. What did you say again? Construction and cook. Oh, you enjoy your cook job. Could you go back? Well, it's up to you, but I mean, maybe you could go back to school to be culinary, kind of thing, or maybe you could start your own food truck. Maybe you could start your own restaurant. I don't know. I guess those are pretty heavy. Well, the food truck might be possible. But thank you, Cam. And yeah, we'll try to find some Resident Evil stuff to finish everything out here. There it is. Such passion tonight. So much passion. You guys gotta help me think of something to say. Hey friends, thanks for listening. click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narration. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7 p.m. EST, and there are super fun live streams every Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday night. I'd love to see you there. If you got a story, be sure to submit them to my subreddit, r/Let'sReadOfficial, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks offered for the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations and save huge on data, located anywhere you listen to podcasts. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends, and remember, would I ever do audio erotica? It's probably not something I will do. Maybe at 2 million subscribers, I could start an OnlyFans that's like an audio OnlyFans thing and maybe do something like that. But then it's also like, who's gonna be the run? Who am I gonna hire to make my schmut? Who's gonna write my smut? So Let's Read can officially become a sexual hard worker. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, meow. Ugh. Yeah, get that man to 2 million subscribers, stat. Just like my numbers just like skyrocket up. Yeah, I could play all the voices. All right. You got a storm brewing? Yeah, the dog will stop it, don't you worry. Do it now! Alright, let's see. Resident Evil... fan fiction, maybe? Fanfiction.net, that's where we want to be. Raccoon City Noir, you want to hear that one? Verifying that I'm a human. This could be... Oh, I see... As soon as I scroll down, I see Leon Groaned, and I'm like, oh god. Resident Evil Creepypasta, maybe? Reddit? Aaron with a 2 says, saw Lamb of God and Pantera tonight. Let's go. That's sick. How was it? Did you thrash? Were you lifting heavy weights during the show? Because that's why I use them. Mainly Lamb of God. We are currently reading, we're looking for Resident Evil... We're looking for a Resident Evil creepypasta. But I don't know where to find something. Creepypasta. Resident Evil. I am the apocalypse. Well, whatever. I'm just gonna read this one because I don't know what else to do. You're gonna leak my address. Don't do that, you silly goose. The cold was the first thing I felt. Even before my eyes were open, I felt a very deep chill in my core, 1,000 spindles of ice sewn between my tissues. I blinked, my eyelids slowly bringing and stealing back the darkness, and with it the desire to keep them closed forever. I was lying face down on the floor, the tiles speckled with brown blood, and I moved my arms to push myself up, but my muscles were stiff, almost too stiff to bend without breaking. I feebly pushed myself up, forcing my weight upon deadened legs, and began to wonder why I felt the way I did. I wasn't sure how long I'd been lying there. There was the most peculiar feeling in my stomach, a sort of dissolution. Perhaps I had ingested something that knocked me out. Wait, where was I? I looked around the room I was in. It was a kitchen, mostly everything in order except for the few traces of a hurried exit. The back door was open, barely bolted to the top hinge. Cabinet doors were left open, and it seemed only the food readily edible was taken. A knife set was knocked over with a few blades missing. There was blood splattered on the floor in which I was lying. I could see a putrid steam of it running down my shirt, but after a quick search I couldn't find nor feel any wound. Each window I saw had the blinds drawn and the lights turned off, as if the house's occupants were hiding. I went into the living room, barely bending my brittle knees into an awkward walk. It was dark, but I could see the outlines of furniture well enough. There was nothing out of the ordinary except for the front door had been barricaded with a desk. There was a bedroom towards my right, the door closed, and then a hallway near the front door. The entire house was dark and empty, except for me. Where was I? Whose house was this? And then I realized I didn't know who I was. I thought and thought and thought upon it, trying to bring up some memory of a name, a friend, an activity, my face. I didn't even have a vague image of my own face, and the feeling of facelessness was eerily disconcerting. Trying to access my convoluted memory banks, I realized I couldn't remember anything other than the cold of waking up on that kitchen floor. I slowly became more and more sure that I had been poisoned or perhaps had an allergic reaction. What makes one amnesiac and unconscious? It had to be some sort of chemical. Cam with the 20. Thank you, my friend. Thank you again. Very kind tonight. What if I lived alone? I checked for a wallet in my pocket but found none. I tried to call out, but something was wrong with my voice, as if though it felt and sounded like my vocal cords were shredded. The only thing to come out was some sort of strangled noise mixed with phlegmatic sputter. I spat out a gob of blackish red blood caught in my throat. I couldn't taste it, but it looked disgusting on whoever owned the couch in front of me. Since no one had responded to my vocalization, I decided to leave. Going to the front door, I pulled the heavy desk aside. It was difficult, not because of the weight, but because of my limbs. My arms felt encumbered by hundreds of pounds, and the rest of my body had been struck by from sort of torpor, like it was being pulled towards a supermassive black hole in the opposite direction I tried escaping to. Trying to grip the hulking piece of furniture was difficult as my fingers wouldn't cooperate, but the desk gave way easily, more easily than I thought it would. I'm not sure how long I spent trying to open the door. Time seemed different. I couldn't tell how long a moment was, and as I was completely grounded in the present, trying to recall walking up into the kitchen was slowly becoming more difficult. After what could have been hours of falling, I orchestrated all of my fingers together into a twisting motion and opened the door. The difficulty of something seemingly simple perplexed me, but I lost interest and soon forgot about it. I had heard of concoctions that paralyze, but were there some that caused memory loss as well? I knew of the Haitian zombies that forgot themselves entirely and served whatever voice they heard after they resurrected, but there was no voice to command me. My experience wasn't quite as dramatic, but someone's blood was in that kitchen. Maybe I survived an assassination. I had been subdued on purpose, and I could still feel the results of my rigid muscles. But if amnesia was an intended side effect, what would someone stand to gain from it? Holly Mae, welcome to the Buttersauce Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. I walked out the front door into a suburban neighborhood, trying to figure this conundrum out. The sky was overcast and gray, a constant threat of some sort of fullness to rain from the heavens. The wind was strong, blowing various trash and debris down the street. I could see black smoke on the horizon, rising up to coalesce with the dark clouds, and step by step, I moved the desiccated feeling body I was in down the driveway. I didn't see a single person, just the signs of an exodus. Front doors were broken down or left open, windows smashed, burnouts from tires throughout the street, and the strange feeling of not being alone. I could sense someone was around. I could hear their heartbeat. I could feel their warmth. I needed to find them. I needed to know what was going on. Someone would help me, I was sure. A too thick saliva began to form in my mouth, a very foreign saliva. I spit, a purple slime tinged with red hitting the ground, along with something white, the purging of a toxin maybe. So I began to walk. I made horrible progress walking down the street on a pair of dead legs. I didn't mind it though. I was lost in a sort of mindlessness, not discontent to just be wandering. The whole time the possibility of other people probed my brain, insisting I find them. Walking down a street through the eternal maze of neighborhood, I came across a dog, a big Doberman. At first he caught my attention in an interesting way. I looked at him, enthralled, but then he caught a glimpse of me and started barking. The barking became louder and louder. I began to grow irritated. The way the dog stared at me, fangs bared, caused my reservedness to subside. I could feel the fury cauterizing my body, crawling up my spine, making my hands shake. This animal was challenging me, my prey. I strode over to him, oblivious to the deep growling. The dog readied himself to pounce, and the thought of this pathetic thing posing a challenge was amusing. He jumped forward, biting into my calf, hard enough to cause a crunch to sound. But I was so full of rage, so full of hatred that my whole body was numb. I threw myself upon the dog, wrapping my hands around his neck tightly. I slowly began twisting my iron grip with as much power as I could muster, and nothing in the world would stop me from breaking his neck. He managed to whimper in such a saddening manner that if I could feel sorrow, it would have hurt me inside. So I made it excruciating for the dog, finally breaking his neck after his head was twisted 180 degrees. When I picked his corpse up, slammed it into the street, and started punching into his ribcage, grinding his flesh and innards against the cement with my fists, until just the head and hind legs remained intact, connected together by a spine and fur matted with the dog's bloody remains. When I was done, I asked myself what I had just done. I now felt nothing. I was calm. I was collected. My mind analyzed the situation, and it deduced my anger as a fair reaction, though I had a subconscious feeling that what I had just done was sickeningly wrong. What if I had brain damage? I had heard a story of how a man had brain damage in a specific area which caused him to fly into a blind fury at the smallest slight. What if it happened to me? Enough oxygen deprivation can cause both brain damage and unconsciousness. Was I even mentally fit to be a human being anymore? I needed to find someone quickly. I continued on, eventually reaching the end of the neighborhood. 2 cars were crashed into each other, and I walked up to them. One was empty while the driver on the other car was resting his head on the steering wheel. I walked over, opening the door and lifting his head up by the hair. His forehead was caved in, pieces of skull broken off in his brain. He didn't smell particularly good, so I picked him up and threw him into the street. I sat in the car, looking at it. I was sure that I'd driven cars many times before, but as I sat in that street, I couldn't figure out what I was supposed to do. I grabbed the wheel, turned it. Nothing happened. There were a ton of buttons next to the wheel, and I began pressing them. One of them made a terrible noise come on, and after forgetting which one it was, I left. I was on a main street. There were cars parked in the lots out front of derelict shopping centers. The occasional signs of violence streaked upon the pavement or wall in a bloody fashion. The lights of miscellaneous shops were still on, though I could see no one inside. Automated traffic lights went through their cycles, unaware that they did nothing to serve the people who weren't there. The place was a ghost town, void of anything that might be alive. And then I saw someone. I was in front of a grocery store, the entrance destroyed by a flipped car. The person I saw appeared to be a man. He limped, and it seemed like every time he put weight on his right leg, it would almost snap out underneath him. He was making his way into the apartment complex from the other side of the street. I tried yelling out to him, but all I could make was a groan. He continued onto the complex grounds, and I decided to follow him. When I passed the surrounding fence, however, I saw a group of people running up a flight of stairs into an apartment. One of them was holding a gun towards the man trying to follow, who seemed to beseech something of them by holding his arm out. From the look of it, he needed medical aid. And then they shot him. I immediately took cover behind the fence, peeking around the corner. The last person to go in was a woman who made the strangest feeling arise in my chest. I took a look at her as she stared at the corpse of the man her friend had just shot. She couldn't see me, however, and went inside. There was something peculiar about her. She contorted my chapped lips into a goofy semi-grin. I had a feeling I knew her, like I needed to know her again. Perhaps she could help me sort this whole mess out. Maybe I could find out who I once was. But I wasn't going to be able to approach them if they were just shooting random people. I made my way towards my grocery store. My muscles began to grow flexible, and I could move a bit more smoothly now, though the calf the dog had bitten wasn't as strong as my uninjured one. I began to hope that whatever chemical was in my system was starting to wear off, and that there might not be permanent effects after all. I walked through the parking lot. The place was abandoned, though it didn't seem voluntarily. Some of the cars' doors were open, and some were painted red. My truck was open, half filled with groceries, and one truck was open, half filled with groceries, and a carton of eggs smashed upon the concrete next to it. Dozens of carts were left astray. The car that had rolled over had smashed the glass doors leading into the grocery store. It appeared the car was resting upon a few people, their blood and organs forced out of their bodies all over the cement. The wind blew. It was cold. Smashy Yen, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you, my friend. Shit, how much is left in this stuff? Oh, fuck. This is long as fuck. I got to the dumpster behind the store and opened it up. I grabbed a piece of cardboard, and underneath was a small child, face gnawed until it was unrecognizable. I could see the bone at the nose, though the cartilage was gone. There was an ear spat out next to the head. His lips were eaten in a particularly vicious way, exposing smashed-in teeth and purple gums. The eyes had been slurped out, leaving this 8-year-old child staring into the sky with a lifeless gaze. The skull was smashed in, and the brain was served at night. What? The skull was smashed in, and the brain was served at 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a weird statement. It's like a weird sentence. This is literally where the residents turn evil. This is true, Cam. This is how it happens. This is what you see when you're a zombie. The body had pieces picked off of it in varying degrees, in some places to the muscle, and others to the bone. This was the work of something wild, something extremely voracious. The child was small enough to be an easy meal for a pack of starving dogs. There was even a news report about cases like this a few months ago, wasn't there? Or did it seem like something that would be on the news? Regardless, I reached my hand into the emptied stomach, digging up past the remains in search of wet blood. After getting some, I wrote, "I'm not an enemy, don't attack," on the cardboard. The body gave off a foul stench, and it wasn't the sight so much as it was the scent that deterred me. It wasn't decomposition, but there was something definitely wrong with the corpse. So I left, utterly forgetting the small child. I arrived back at the opening of the apartment complex. The door the group had entered was shut tight. I waited, not sure how long it was, but completely content with passing the time doing nothing. Then I thought it would be better to see them coming before they could see me. So I took my sign and went to the cemetery across the street from the apartments where I would be able to properly observe them. Night came. Everything was quiet. Not a single car passed. No one walked along the sidewalk. There wasn't a single person out picking up fast food, visiting the grocery store, renting a movie. Orange glows on the horizon kept me company. Anything that a human being might once do was never to be done again. Oh, this story is pretty long. Spoiler alert, he's a zombie. Maybe we can read the rest of it next time. It's just a lot of fucking shit, and I am tired. But Cam, thank you again for that. And thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you. I will be sure to get these Texas stories up and edited and ready to rock and roll. On Patreon, it's only $1 a month over there for early access. And otherwise, I will get these up on YouTube tomorrow at 7 p.m. There's going to be a ad on the beginning, so hopefully that doesn't, you can, if you don't like it, you can skip it. Hopefully it doesn't bother you. But, after he pwned that dog, yeah, Jesus. But I appreciate you guys. You guys are great and awesome. Thanks for so much for another great 4 hours. It didn't feel like 4 hours. I feel like I was actually flying through a lot of those stories, but damn. It was a lot of words, I guess. But, yeah. And then I'll be back streaming on Thursday? Well, no. What fucking day is it? It's Tuesday. Yeah, I'll be back streaming on Thursday. It's in the evening. So be sure to follow me on Twitter at Let's Read Creepy, so you can see when I go live. On the off chance you don't have the bell, hit over here. It doesn't work. Or follow me on Instagram at Let's Read.official. I think I'm actually starting a new TikTok, to be honest. I'm gonna have somebody else run it and just like post shorts and stuff like that. So hopefully that'll be cool. Then we'll be able to get some viral success on there. Probably not, but hey, worth a shot. Anyways, friends, yeah, if you know any animators, tell them to hit me up. Looking for them. I'm looking for them. But yeah, sleep tight, take care, steamroll the competition, and I'll see you next time. Thank you, and good night. Bye-bye.